Good morning and welcome to the 2026 Nebraska State Fair Dairy Goat Show. Kicking off this morning is our youth showmanship competition. In the ring right now we have our senior class, which is ages 16 to 21.
Do you need to give reasons on all of them or just like say the top three?
Or top three, yeah.
Good morning. Let's give it up for our senior showman that we have in here. Interesting sorting through this class as the first thing I do as a judge is I inspect the animal to make sure that it is properly presented, properly fitted before it comes into the arena. And it is important to know the showmanship scorecard because that is 40 points that is earned. It's 40 points that you get before you walk into the arena. And it was the 40 points is where these two young ladies came up here to the head of the line today. But I am going to use the individual at the head of the line, 1 over 2. When you inspect the animal, she was just a little bit more precise with that trimming of the around the eyes, but then also the young lady, as we were talking about what she would want to improve about her animal, she was able to accurately explain to me what she wanted to improve, but then she also took it a step further and told me how as a showman she takes that and she corrects that in the arena over the young lady in second place. So just a couple of very fine details between first and second. The young lady in second over the young man in third. This one was definitely more so of the appearance of the animal. She had the correct answer when I asked her what she wanted to improve, but when you inspect the animal, we are cleaner up and through the tail than the individual down here in third place. And then there is a maneuver. It's the side-by-side maneuver. We had 3 individuals who nailed it, got it right. The other 4 did not. So I pulled a trick on the kids. I went to the tail of the line. It does not matter which side the judge is on the line. You always go to the head of the line. So if the animals are facing away from the judge, you always take them to the head side. These 3 individuals nailed that move. These 3 individuals also did it very flawlessly and were very well in setting those animals up after they got back into the lineup. And as we move down, a strong individual here in 4th place. Do want to commend this kid. He was able to give me some correct answers, maneuvered well, with the exception of that side-by-side line, and quite not as clean as especially the 2 that are at the head of the line. Down here with the other 3, we have some work to do on as far as getting those animals properly presented before you take them into the ring. But thank you for these kids. Give it up for your winners.
Taking the senior showmanship class goes to Cleary Berlin from Fort Collins, Colorado. Second, going to Samantha McLean from Fort Collins, Colorado. Third, going to Tracy Foster. 4th place going to Ezra Kubicek from Nebraska. 5th place going to Elsie Foster. 6th place going to Emily Johnston. And 7th going to Riley Foster. Entering into the ring next will be our intermediate showmanship, which are ages 11 through 15.
Let's give it up for this group of showmen out here. I've gone through here and talked to all of these kids, and one thing I do want to say is this is probably the tightest group of showmen I have ever judged before. The kids, they got maneuvers right. They got the side-by-sides right. They got the placing on the side-by-side. When I asked them to change places, they got that right. So what we're looking at was there were some fine details on the animals, or the handling of the animals when they set them up. Did they set up the leg that was closest to the judge? And I think when you look at these top exhibitors, they did that. But I'm going to use the young lady here at the head of the line. She's going to be the showman champion out here. When it came to asking questions and talking to her, I asked what the 4 parts of the scorecard were. She gave me the 4 parts. She gave me the points. She gave more information than what I asked for. There were also a couple of questions. There was one question that none of the rest of the individuals got, and she nailed it. But she and this animal just seemed to flow smoothly. She sets this animal up perfectly. And once she gets the animal set up, now, of course, she's acting up, but she and this animal just flow. They maneuver together. They work together. It was as if these two maneuvered as one, and that's what you want to see in showmanship. Now, I went and individually talked to each one of these kids as to why they were placing where they were. Knowledge, we had the next 3 girls very close within that knowledge. They were able to give those 4 parts of the scorecard. We had some maneuvering things amongst them that this individual, she made sure that she was practicing that courtesy of giving plenty of space with the other animals. Very well groomed, and as I moved down the line, it's what we noticed is that some of them were not as competent in their handling of their animal. They may have overworked their animal a bit more than what I would like to see as a judge. And truthfully, it was knowledge. As they got down here, they weren't as sure on the scorecard, the points of what the exhibitor is worth on that showmanship scorecard. But guys, this is a tough group. At one point in time, when they first came in, I looked at each one of them and said, this might be my showman. No, this one might be my showman. This one. But a really, really tough group, a great group of kids. Please give it all up for them. They have worked really hard.
Congratulations going to Mackenzie Hill from Plattsburgh, Missouri, taking top class for the intermediate showmanship. Second going to Adeline Meyer from Lyons, Nebraska. Third place going to Ava Kreitz from Rantoul, Illinois. Fourth going to Ansley Meyer from Lyons, Nebraska. Fifth place going to Alexander Jass. Sixth place going to Lacey Yates from Alliance, Nebraska. Seventh going to, McCarty Yates taking that 6th place. 7th place going to Mesa Yates. And 8th place going to Caxton Jass. Into the ring next, we will have our junior showmanship, which is ages 6 to 10 years of age.
One thing special with the junior showmanship class is the Molly's Purple Goat Award. This special junior showmanship award is given in memory of Molly Meter. Molly was the daughter of Kevin and Julie, sister of Chad, Brett, and Cole. Molly passed away shortly after the 2005 show season of neuroblastoma. Molly showed sheep, her silky chickens, and her La Mancha Curious. She loved purple, drawing, taking ballet, and tap dancing. We honor her memory and remember her today. Thank you, Julie and family, for sponsoring this award.
dismiss the remaining exhibitors in here. Give them a hand of for their hard work that they have done out here. This has been a big class and a bit of a challenge for them trying to maneuver in such a big group of animals. So this is my placing for this class here of junior showman. I am starting off with the individual at the head of the line over the second place animal. This young man just was very alert, aware of where he was at, aware of where the class was maneuvering, the spacing, and then also made sure that he had his animal set up to the best of his ability at all times. The animal is very well is groomed. Would like to see a little bit of a shorter hair on it, but he also knew his parts. But just it's that presentation, that confidence that he exhibited when he is presenting that animal, that ability to make that animal look the best that it could at all times, and just that awareness, paying attention to what is going on in that ring, paying attention to where the other exhibitors are around him while still showcasing his animal to the best of his ability. The second place individual over the third place individual, this individual not quite as aware of as the first place, but also was able to handle this doe, present her properly, and still giving me the correct answers on the parts in a very polite way, which is much appreciated, over the third place individual. The third place individual over the fourth place, she was just really calm. She and the animal handled well. She didn't have any difficulties maneuvering the animal. She had her set up correctly for the most part, and still was able to get part of her parts correct, not all of them, but just did a really great job in presenting her animal. And the animal is immaculately groomed out here over the one standing behind her. The fourth place over the fifth place, this individual, very sure and confident. She had an animal that wasn't quite as well behaved, but when you're looking at the size of that animal, she very well handled that animal. She was able to get part of her parts correct, and another nicely presented animal over the fifth place. The fifth place animal, this young man was able to just properly set that animal up and present it, not quite as aware of the surroundings and the spacings, and had a tendency to crowd the other animals ahead of him today. A great group of kids. Give it up for the top five.
Congratulations going to Levi Jass, taking that first place in the junior showmanship. Second going to William Cover. Third going to Alma Hill. Fourth, Sierra Lowe. And fifth place going to Parker Nicholas. Entering into the ring next will be our Pee Wee showmanship class.
So this is the Pee Wee showmanship, and this is the showmanship class that every judge out there, we will play rock, paper, scissors, and cheat in order to get the Pee Wees, because this is our favorite group. So things are going to be a little bit different. So good morning. What is your goat's name?
Siri.
What do you like about her?
Her eyes.
She does have pretty eyes. Is she nibbly this morning? Is she nibbling on things?
Yeah. Yeah. She is.
What breed of goat is she?
Alonja.
So what do you do with her every day?
Practice showing her.
You practice showing? Do you take care of her?
Yeah.
Are you having fun today doing this?
Yeah.
Are we going to have fun all day long?
Yeah.
All right, let's give her a round of applause. How are you this morning?
Good.
Tell me what your goat's name is.
Ash. Ash.
Is the microphone scary?
No.
Is your goat also nibbly too, like hers is?
Yeah.
So what breed is she?
Do you know? Nubian.
Danubians have long ears.
Yes.
What do you do with her every day?
Walk her around.
Do you walk her around a lot?
Yeah. Yeah.
So are you having fun this morning?
Yes.
How much fun are we going to have all day long?
Lots of.
All right, give it up for this young man out here. So this is the fun part, because these are the kids. These are the ones who are, hopefully we are sparking their interest. Hopefully we are building a passion and making this fun for them. But both of them are very worthy of a first place ribbon today and their prize that they get to take. Give it up for our Pee Wee showman.
For that Pee Wee class, we had Theodore Skrdla from Stewart, Nebraska, and Kinsley Meter. We're going to roll into our Youth Alpine show next, and we will be starting with the intermediate kid class of March of 2026.
Single entry in this class of junior alpines. This is a doe that excels in general appearance. Really strong on those feet and legs as she moves around the arena, very upright on those toes. Smoothly blended from that neck into that front end assembly, level across that top line. Very worthy of a first place.
First place for the intermediate kid class goes to Peyton Walters from Raymore, Missouri, with Panacea DeFloppy. Entering into the ring next, we have our senior yearling class with birthdays from September 1st, 2024 to May 31st, 2025.
Another single entry in this class of junior alpines. A doe very strong in general appearance, level across that top line, uphill from hips to withers, level from hips to pins, a very strong front end assembly, very smoothly blended from the neck, that point of elbow tight against the body cavity. We'll see her back in here for the champion.
First place for the senior yearling class goes to Ambrose Hill from Raymore, Missouri, with It's a Hill FB Vesquin. In the ring next will be our class under 2 years in milk.
Single entry in this yearling milk ring class. A doe. Love the general appearance on her. She's so smoothly blended from that neck into the front end assembly, keeping that point of elbow tight against that body cavity, level from hips to pins, uphill from walking uphill from hips to withers. And just a really nice balanced mammary system that we see. Worthy of a first place. We'll see her back in here for the champion lineup.
Taking this class is Alma Hill from Raymore, Missouri, with It's a Hill FB Black Cherry. Into the ring next will be our class of 2-year-olds.
A single entry 2-year-old senior alpine that we have in the ring. She's really strong in the general appearance. She walks correctly towards you with those front feet very straight in that front foot as she walks towards you. A lot of angulation in through that stifle joint. Very smoothly blended from the neck into that front end assembly and the shoulder blade blending nicely into the withers. A very capacious mammary system with a lot of balance, height and width to that rear udder. We'll see her back in here for the lineup.
Top place for the 2-year-old class goes to Mackenzie Hill from Plattsburgh, Missouri with Divas and Me, Sugar Baby. Into the ring next will be the class of 3-year-olds.
A single entry 3-year-old Alpine. Another doe, strong in the general appearance, a tremendous amount of extension to that chest, to the brisket, level across that top line. Also a great amount of body capacity, depth of heart, girth, depth of barrel. We'll see her back in here.
First place going to Ambrose Hill of Raymore, Missouri with It's a Hill Rose. Entering into the ring next will be our class of 4-year-olds.
We have a 4-year-old single entry. This doe excels in that mammary system, a lot of balance to that mammary system when you view her from the side, a lot of height and width to that rear udder. Very capacious mammary extension to that fore udder and fullness to the fore udder. Also strong in general appearance. She's very correct on those feet and legs. A lot of angulation into that stifle joint, uphill from the hips to the withers. Worthy of the first place. We'll see her back in here.
Taking the 4-year-old class is Mackenzie Hill from Plattsburgh, Missouri with Kickapoo Valley Market, Phoenix. We're going to welcome back our first place winners for champion and reserve champion.
This is the lineup for the champion Alpine in the ring. We're going to start down here with the doe at the end of the line. Very stylish doe, correct in that general appearance. Very strong on those feet and legs. Beautifully, smoothly blended throughout. Level across that top line. The doe ahead of her. Another one strong in general appearance. Beautiful profile on her. Angulation in through that stifle joint. Openness in through that escutcheon. Uphill from the hips to the withers. Our yearling milker. Another one very strong in general appearance. She's got a lot of strength in through that chine. Correct on her feet and legs. Go to the 2-year-old, a doe, just tremendous profile on her, smoothly blended from the neck into that front end assembly, strong on those feet and legs. She's very straight in that front foot as she walks towards you. A very well balanced mammary system with a lot of capacity to it. The 3-year-old, one that has a lot of dairy strength, sharpness to the withers, angulation to the rib, extension to that chest. And then we get up here to the 4-year-old, the doe that has the most complete mammary system in it, the most balance to that mammary system, the greatest area of udder attachment, the most height and width to that rear udder, greatest extension to that fore udder. Then you combine that with her general appearance, her strength in those feet and the legs, the levelness of that top line, the levelness from hips to pins, that beautifully blended front end assembly. This is my champion. She was a single entry in that class. So looking at the 5 remaining does out here, there is one that does excel the others within that memory system, having height and width and more capacity to that memory system. Also a tremendous amount of dairy strength with sharpness, angulation, just a really nice, beautiful flat bone that you can feel. The 2-year-old's my reserve.
Congratulations to Mackenzie Hill from Plattsburgh, Missouri, with the champion 4-year-old Kickapoo Valley Market Phoenix. Reserve champion also going to Mackenzie with the 2-year-old Divas and Me Sugar Baby. We'll be moving on to our Nubian Youth Show next, kicking it off with the junior kid class with birthdays from April through August of 2026.
This is my placing for this class of junior Nubians. I'm placing 1 over 2 for the advantage this doe exhibits in general appearance. She's walking on stronger feet around the arena, giving greater strength in through those pasterns. She's also straighter in that front leg as she walks towards you than the doe standing behind her in second place. 2 over 3 in turn for the advantage in general appearance. This doe is more open in through that escutcheon, more width between the hocks. She also has greater extension to that front end assembly. She also excels in body capacity, having greater depth of heart girth and depth of barrel and length over the doe standing down in third. 3 over 4, a close placing here, but it's going to be for dairy strength. This doe has more sharpness of withers, greater angulation to that rib, more flatness to the bone than the doe standing behind her. She also does have that slight advantage in general appearance, just being a little bit more level across the rump as she moves around the arena. 4 over 5 in turn for her advantage in general appearance. She's more open in through that escutcheon, more correctly set to those hocks. Also has greater extension to that brisket with those front feet properly placing underneath the withers over the doe standing down in fifth. As we move down the line, we don't have quite the strength of the feet and legs strengthened through those pasterns, especially within the rear pasterns as we move around the arena, nor do we have quite that dairy strength of the doe standing at the head of the line. Thank you.
Taking that class goes to William Cover from Alton, Iowa. Second, going to Brecken Davis from Fairbury, Nebraska. Third place, John Paul Sturdla from Stewart, Nebraska. Fourth place, going to Theodore Skrdla from Stewart, Nebraska. Fifth place going to Ambrose Hill from Raymore, Missouri. Sixth place going to Grace Schmidt from Cairo, Nebraska. Seventh place going to Peyton Brazelton from Arlington, Nebraska. And eighth place going to Maddie Fleming from Arlington. Into the ring next is our intermediate kid class with birthdays, March 2026.
This is my placing for this class of junior Nubians. I'm placing 1 over 2 for the advantage in general appearance. This doe is stronger in that front end assembly, greater extension to that brisket. That point of elbow is tighter against that body cavity. Also with those front feet properly placing under the withers over the doe standing behind her. She's also excelling in dairy strength with sharpness to those withers, angulation of those ribs to that rear flank, and very loose, pliable skin over the second place doe. 2 over 3 for the advantage in general appearance. We're walking on stronger feet and legs, greater strength within those rear pasterns, more angulation in through that stifle joint, more openness in through the escutcheon than the doe standing behind. Also excelling in dairy strength with more sharpness, more angulation, just a beautiful flat bone over the doe standing down in third. We are going to grant that body capacity, the depth of heart girth, the depth of barrel to the third place doe. 3 over 4 in turn for the advantage. In general appearance, just a little bit more correct on those feet and legs when you get behind them. More openness into that escutcheon, more levelness across that top line, more level from hips to pins than the doe standing behind us. Also excelling in body capacity, having greater depth of heart girth and depth of barrel over the 4th place doe. Over the rest of the class, as we move down, the last 2 does are not quite that as strong within the feet and legs. They don't have that openness of the ribbing within the dairy strength, that angulation of the does ahead of us.
First place going to Tara Lowe from Clearwater, Nebraska. Second, William Cover from Alton, Iowa. Third place going to Maddie Fleming from Arlington, Nebraska. Fourth, Grace Schmidt from Cairo, Nebraska. Fifth, Sienna Cover from Arlington, Nebraska. Sixth, Peyton Brazelton from Arlington, Nebraska. Entering into the ring next will be our class of senior kid with birthdays from January through February of 2026.
In this class of junior Nubians, I'm going to place 1 over 2 for the advantage in general appearance. This is a doe that is more open in through the escutcheon, higher in through the escutcheon, walks with more width between the hocks, more correctly set to those rear hocks when viewed from the rear. She's also stronger in that front end assembly, greater extension to that chest than the doe standing behind her. She's also excelling in dairy strength, having greater sharpness to those withers, angulation to those ribs, and flat bone over the doe in second. 2 over 3 for the advantage in general appearance. She's more correct on those feet and legs, greater angulation through that stifle joint, more level across that top line, level from hips to pins than the doe standing in third. She's also excelling dairy strength, having more sharpness, more angulation, a flatter bone than the doe standing down in third. 3 over 4 for her advantage in general appearance. She's walking on stronger feet and legs, particularly within those rear feet. She stays more upright on those pasterns than the doe standing down in fourth. She is going to grant the body capacity, the depth of the heart girth to that fourth place doe. And for that, I do want to commend that fourth place doe for that body capacity, that width in through the chest and the deep depth of the heart girth. Thank you.
Taking top place in the senior kid class goes to Ava Kreitz from Rantoul, Illinois. Second, William Cover from Alton, Iowa. Third place going to Peyton Brazelton from Arlington, Nebraska. And fourth going to Maddie Fleming from Arlington. Entering into the ring next will be our junior yearling class with birthdays from June 1st, 2025 through December 31st, 2025.
This is a single entry in the junior yearling Nubian class. This is a doe very strong in general appearance. She's walking very open in through that escutcheon, very smoothly blended from that neck into that front end assembly. Smoothness of shoulder blade into the withers, point of elbow tight against the body cavity. Also excelling in body capacity, having depth of heart girth, depth of barrel. We'll see her back in here. Thank you.
Congratulations to Tara Lowe from Clearwater, Nebraska, taking first place. Into the ring next will be our senior yearling class, September 1st, 2024 through May 31st, 2025 birthdays.
This is the placing on this class of yearling Nubians. I'm starting off with one at the head of the class, just the strongest doe in general appearance out here, strongest on feet and legs, beautiful front end assembly. So I am placing 1 over 2 for the advantage in general appearance. She's walking with more strength in through those feet and legs, more angulation in through that stifle joint. Also, she's more correct in that front end assembly with that extension to that brisket, those front feet properly going right underneath those withers, that point of elbow tied against that body cavity over the doe standing behind her. She's also excelling in dairy strength. She has more angulation, greater spring of rib, and just a beautiful flat bone that you can feel over the second place doe. She is going to grant that height in through the escutcheon to the doe standing down in second. 2 over 3 for the advantage that she has in, give me a second. She has in general appearance. She's more open and through that escutcheon. She's more correctly set to those rear legs when you get behind her, straighter in through that rear leg than the doe standing behind her. She's also, she's excelling in dairy strength. She has greater angulation to those ribs, a more loose, pliable skin, and also she's cleaner in through the flank and thinner, more incurving in the thigh than the doe standing down in third. She's going to grant that body capacity, that depth of heart girth, that depth of barrel to the third place doe. 3 over 4 in turn for her advantage in general appearance. She's walking on stronger feet and legs, more upright on those toes, more balance across that pad of the foot than the doe standing down in fourth. She's also excelling in body capacity, having greater depth of heart girth, depth of barrel over the fourth place doe. 4 over 5 for her advantage in dairy strength. This doe is just sharper. She has a great amount of spring of rib, beautiful angulation of very loose, pliable skin over the fifth place doe. I do want to commend this fifth place doe. She is very smoothly blended from that neck into that front end assembly and want to commend her for it.
First place for the senior yearling class goes to Tara Lowe from Clearwater, Nebraska. Second, going to Peyton Brazelton from Arlington, Nebraska. Third, Maddie Fleming from Arlington. Fourth and fifth place going to Theodore Skrdla from Stewart, Nebraska. Entering into the ring next will be our class of under 2 years in milk.
This is my placing for this class of senior Nubians. I am placing 1 over 2 for the advantage in general appearance. She's just walking on straighter feet and legs as she walks towards you. Greater angulation in the stifle joint. She also has greater extension to that brisket with those feet placing more properly underneath the withers over the doe standing in second. She's also excelling in dairy strength with more sharpness of withers, greater angulation, more spring of rib, more loose pliable skin than the doe standing in second. She is going to grant that mammary system in that area of udder attachment with the extension to the foreudder to the doe in second place. 2 over 3 for the advantage in mammary system. She just has a greater area of udder attachment, more smoothness, a blending of that foreudder, more balance to those halves when you view her from the side, from the rear, but also more balance with that third in front, a third behind over the doe standing down in third. She's also excelling in general appearance. She's more upright on those pasterns, walking with greater strength than the doe standing down in third. She is going to grant body capacity, that depth of heart girth, that depth of barrel that we are seeing on the third place doe. 3 over 4 for her advantage in mammary system. She's just showing us more height to that rear udder than the doe standing behind her with more ideal teat placement than the fourth place doe. She's also excelling in body capacity, having greater depth of heart girth, depth of barrel, width throughout than the doe standing down in fourth. 4 over 5, it was a closer placing between these two, but it's going to be for general appearance. That fourth place doe is just walking on stronger feet and legs as she moves around the arena. She is straighter within those front foot than the doe standing down here in fifth place. Fifth place, do want to commend her. She still has a very nicely attached mammary system and a lot of dairy strength.
Congratulations to William Korber of Alton, Iowa for first place. Second going to Peyton Brazelton of Arlington, Nebraska. Third going to Maddie Fleming of Arlington. Fourth place going to Brecken Davis of Fairbury, Nebraska. Fifth place going to Owen Davis of Fairbury. Entering into the ring next will be our class of 2-year-olds.
This is my placing for this class of 2-year-old Nubian seniors out here. I'm placing 1 over 2 for the advantage that she's exhibiting in the mammary system. She has a more balanced mammary system, greater extension of that forerudder with more smoothness of blending than the doe standing in second place behind her. She's also excelling in that body capacity. She's got greater openness in through that chest, greater depth in through that heart girth, depth of barrel than the doe standing down in second place. 2 over 3 for her advantage and mammary system. She has more balance to those halves when you view her from the rear, more height and width to that rear udder. She's also excelling in dairy strength. She has more sharpness to those withers, more angulation of that rear rib to the flank over the doe standing down in third place. She is going to grant that levelness of that top line, levelness from hips to pins to the doe standing down in third place. This third place doe, a lot of strong general appearance. She's strong on those feet and legs. Beautiful top line, just not the mammary of the 2 does ahead of her.
Taking first goes to Peyton Brazelton of Arlington, Nebraska. Second place going to Owen Davis of Fairbury, Nebraska. Third, William Cover, Alton, Iowa. Entering into the ring next will be our class of 3-year-olds.
This is our 3-year-old class of Nubian senior does. I'm placing one over two for the advantage in the mammary system. This doe has a more capacious mammary system, more balance when viewed from the side. Also, she has more height and width to that rear udder, greater lateral attachments than the doe standing behind her. She's also excelling in dairy strength, having more sharpness, more angulation to the ribs than that second place doe. She is going to grant that top line and strength of the top line levelness from hips to pins to the doe standing behind her in second place. I am placing 2 over 3 for her advantage in general appearance. She's walking, which is on stronger feet and legs, greater angulation in that stifle joint as she is on the move. She's also more level across that top line, greater strength in through that chine, more levelness from hips to pins than the doe standing behind her. She's also excelling in that memory system with more balance to that memory system, more capacious rear udder, but more balance to those quarters or those halves when she is viewed from the rear over the doe standing down in third. She's going to grant that body capacity, that depth of heart girth, that depth of burl, and that width in between the chest to that third place doe. I do want to commend that third place doe for that tremendous body capacity, that depth of heart girth, and the depth of barrel. Thank you.
First place in the 3-year-old class goes to Peyton Brazelton of Arlington, Nebraska. Second going to Owen Davis of Fairbury, Nebraska. Third going to Maddie Fleming of Arlington, Nebraska. Into the ring next will be our 4-year-old class.
This is our 4-year-old class of Nubian senior does. I'm placing 1 over 2 for the advantage in general appearance. She's walking on stronger feet and legs, more angulation in through that stifle joint. She's also more correct in that front end assembly with greater extension, that point of elbow tighter against the body cavity, more level across the top line than the doe standing behind her. She's also excelling in dairy strength. Just beautiful sharpness of those withers, nice open angular ribbing, flatness of bone, very loose pliable skin. Also, she's cleaner in through the flank than the doe standing down in second. 2 over 3 in turn for her advantage in general appearance. She's just longer across that top line, longer through the rump, more level, wider from thurl to thurl than the doe standing behind her, with greater angulation in through that stifle joint than the third place doe. She's also excelling in body capacity, having greater openness in through that chest, depth of heart girth than the doe standing down in third place. So do want to come in this third place doe. This is a really strong mammary system, very well attached, a great area of udder attachment, height, width, and capacity to the mammary.
First place going to William Corver from Alton, Iowa. Second going to Owen Davis, Fairbury, Nebraska. Third, Tara Lowe, Clearwater, Nebraska. Into the ring next will be our class of 5-year-olds.
This is the age class of senior Nubians. I'm placing 1 over 2 for the advantage in general appearance. She's walking more strongly on those feet and legs. She's straighter on that front foot as she walks towards you than the doe behind her. She's also more level across that top line, more level from hips to pins, greater extension into that brisket than the doe standing down behind her. She's also excelling in dairy strength, just a more open ribbing and more angulation, and a more loose, pliable skin than the doe standing down in second place. She is going to grant that mammary system, that height and width and that capacity to the rear udder to that second place doe. 2/3 in turn for her advantage in mammary system. She has a greater area of udder attachment, more height and width to that rear mammary, carrying it higher up in through the escutcheon than the doe standing behind her. She's also excelling in body capacity, having greater depth of heart girth, depth of barrel, and wider throughout than the doe standing down in third place. She is going to grant that dairy strength, that freeness of excess flesh to the doe standing down in third. And I do want to commend that third place doe for that strong dairy strength and freeness of excess flesh. Thank you.
Taking the class is Peyton Brazelton from Arlington, Nebraska. Second going to Maddie Fleming of Arlington. Third place going to John Paul Skrdla from Stewart, Nebraska. We're going to welcome back our first and second place winners from all our classes for champion and reserve.
This is the lineup for the champion Nubian doe in the youth show out here. I want to commend these junior does down here. What I'm seeing through this entire group is a tremendous amount of dairy strength, a lot of sharpness, a lot of angulation. All 5 of these does have very loose, beautiful, pliable skins, strong general appearance, a lot of level top lines, strength in feet and legs on these does. We've got a yearling, another one strong in dairy strength, sharp, a lot of angulation, correct on those feet and legs. The 2-year-old, another one, a lot of dairy strength with her, sharpness of those withers, angulation to the ribbing, a very nicely attached mammary system. But the competition's going to be up here within these 3 does at the head of the line. We're going to start off with the 3-year-old, a lot of dairy strength, very balanced to that mammary system, strong on those feet and legs. The 4-year-old, beautiful general appearance, beautiful front end assembly, levelness of that top line, tremendous amount of udder capacity with height and width to that rear udder, a great amount of area of udder attachment. And then we get up here to our aged doe, still strong on those feet and legs, a lot of sharpness to those withers, angulation, still a very nice balanced mammary system. There is the doe. The doe that is the champion is the one that is going to be the strongest in that general appearance, being strong on those feet and legs, greatest extension to that top line, to that brisket. She's not wanting to show us our top line right now, but then that tremendous amount of capacity to that mammary system, the area of udder attachment, the height and width to the rear udder. The 4-year-old is my champion.
Congratulations to William Corver with the 4-year-old. Whimsical Kids, Lady Marcella taking your champion today.
We bring in the second place from that class, and that was a class of does that all had very strong memory systems, all nicely attached, great amount of area of udder attachment, extension to those 4 udders. But there is one that, while she doesn't have quite the attachment, the height and width to the rear udder, when you take a look at that general appearance, levelness of that top line, that front end assembly, and then still that strength of those feet and legs at her age, and still a tremendous amount of dairy strength, sharpness, angulation. I'm going to the head of the line for my reserve.
Reserve going from the 5-year-old class to Peyton Brazelton from Arlington, Nebraska with Toll Creek, Rock Be Mine for You. Congratulations to our Nubian show men and women. Next, we're going to kick off our Nigerian dwarf show, starting with our junior kid class, April through August of 2026 birthdays.
This is a placing for this class of Nigerian junior kids out here. Placing 1 over 2 for the advantage in general appearance. This doe is walking with greater angulation and through the stifle joint. She's more open and through the escutcheon, more correctly set to those hocks when she walks away from you over the doe standing down in second. She's also excelling in dairy strength, just having more spring of that rib, more angulation and flatness of the bone over the second place doe. She is going to grant the body capacity, the depth of heart girth, that depth of barrel to the second place doe. 2 over 3 in turn for her advantage in general appearance. She's walking on stronger feet and legs. She's straighter in that front foot as she comes towards you, greater strength in through those pasterns. She's also carrying more height and width to that escutcheon over the doe standing down in third place. 3 over 4 in turn for her advantage in general appearance. She's just walking with more width between those hocks, more openness and through the escutcheon than the doe standing behind her, just a little straighter in that front foot. She's also excelling in dairy strength, having greater sharpness, more angulation, and more loose, pliable skin over the doe standing down in fourth. I do want to commend this doe. Really nice profile on her, levelness of that top line, a beautiful front end assembly. Thank you.
Taking first place goes Samantha McLean from Fort Collins, Colorado. Second, going to Adeline Meyer from Lyons, Nebraska. Third, going to Ansley Meyer from Lyons, Nebraska. Fourth place, going to Samantha McLean from Fort Collins, Colorado. Entering into the ring next is our intermediate kid March 2026 class.
This is a placing for this class of Nigerian junior kids. I'm placing 1 over 2 for the advantage in general appearance. This is a doe that as she walks away from you, she is more open than through the escutcheon. She's more correctly set to those hocks when viewed from the rear over the doe standing down in second place. She's also excelling in body capacity. She's more open in through that chest and wider throughout over the second place doe. I do want to commend this second place doe. Still a really nice young doe, very straight in that front foot as she walks towards you, still strong in those feet and legs. Thank you.
First place going to Adeline Meyer from Lyons, Nebraska. Second, going to Ansley Meyer from Lyons, Nebraska. Into the ring next is our senior kid, January through February 2026 birthdays.
This is the placing for this class of Nigerian junior kids out here. Placing 1 over 2 for the advantage in general appearance, as though when she walks away from you, she's more open in through that escutcheon, more height in through the escutcheon, more correctly set to those rear hocks, walks with greater width between the hocks than the doe standing down in second place. She's also wider from thurl to thurl and more level across that rump than the doe standing in second place. Do want to come in the second place doe. Beautiful profile, beautiful top line, still a tremendous amount of dairy strength.
First place going to Adeline Meyer from Lyons, Nebraska. Second, Ansley Meyer from Lyons. Ansley Meyer from Lyons, Nebraska. Into the ring next will be the junior yearling class, June 1st, 2025 through December 31st, 2025 birthdays.
This is a single entry in this Nigerian junior doe class. A doe that has a tremendous amount of dairy strength, a lot of sharpness, a lot of angulation to the ribs, a very loose, pliable skin. She is very worthy of a first place.
First place going to Liva Heinrichs from Hebron, Nebraska. Into the ring next will be our senior yearling class. These birthdays are from September 1st, 2024 through May 31st, 2025.
This is the placing for this class of junior Nigerians in the ring. I'm placing 1 over 2 for the advantage that this doe exhibits in general appearance. She's more open and through that escutcheon, walks with more width between the hocks than the doe standing behind her. She's also excelling in that dairy strength, just a lot of sharpness to the withers, angulation, flatness of bone, and a very loose, pliable skin over the doe standing down in second. 2 over 3 for her advantage in general appearance. She's walking with greater strength in through that top line, more level from hips to pins than the doe behind her. She's also walking on stronger feet and legs, being straighter in that front foot, stronger on those pasterns, and more openness in through that escutcheon over the doe standing down in third. 3 over 4 in turn for her advantage in general appearance. She's stronger on those feet and legs, walking with more width between the hocks, more height in through the escutcheon than the doe standing behind her. She's also stronger on those pasterns as she moves around the arena. She's also excelling in dairy strength with more sharpness, more angulation than the 4th place doe. The last 4 over the rest of the class, this comes down to the animals that are just not as strong in the feet and legs as the animals ahead of them, not as level. Some of them in that top line, some of them not quite the dairy strength that we want to see of the others, but still a nice strong foundation on these does.
Taking first goes to Samantha McLean from Fort Collins, Colorado. Second going to Ainsley Meyer from Lyons. Third going to Adeline Meyer from Lyons, Nebraska. Fourth, Ezra Kubicek from Cresco, Nebraska. Fifth going to Emily Johnston from Hemingford, Nebraska. Sixth going to Livia Heinrichs from Hebron, Nebraska. Entering into our ring next, we have the under 2 years in milk class.
this class of yearling Nigerians, we're going to leave them as they presented themselves into the arena. I am placing 1 over 2 for the advantage in that memory system. She's got greater height and width to that rear udder, more capacity, greater overall area of udder attachment, more balance to that memory system when she is viewed from the side. She's also excelling in that general appearance, more level across that top line, stronger in those feet and legs, straighter in that front foot than the doe standing down in second. 2 over 3 for her advantage in memory system. She just has a greater area of udder attachment, more strength to that medial suspensory ligament than the doe standing down in third place with a greater overall area of udder attachment. She's also excelling in general appearance, walking more correctly on those feet and legs, straighter in that front foot than the doe standing behind her. She is going to grant that body capacity, the depth of heart girth, and that depth of barrel to the third place doe. And for that third place doe is to be commended for it.
First place going to Samantha McLean from Fort Collins, Colorado. Ainsley Meyer from Lyons, Nebraska taking second. And third place going to Ezra Kubicek from Cresco, Nebraska. Entering into the ring next, we have our class of 2-year-olds.
A single entry in this class of Nigerian milkers, very strong in general appearance, smoothly blended from the neck into that front end assembly, keeping that point of elbow tied against that body cavity, very level across that top line, a tremendous amount of dairy strength, sharpness to those withers. We will see her back in here.
Taking the class is Ezra Kubicek from Cresco, Nebraska. Entering into the ring next is our class of 3-year-olds.
This is the placing for this class of Nigerian milkers. I am placing 1 over 2 for the advantage that this doe is exhibiting. In that mammary system, she has more height than width to that rear udder, also more smoothness, a blending of that foreudder into the body than the doe standing behind her. She's also excelling in general appearance, just walking a little more strongly on those feet and legs and more up on those pasterns than the doe standing behind her. She is going to grant that dairy strength to the second place doe, who is more sharper, more angulation, has a looser, more pliable skin than the doe sitting at the head of the line today. 2 over 3 in turn for her advantage in mammary system. We just have more capacity to that mammary system, more width to that rear udder than the doe standing in third. She's also excelling in that dairy strength, having more sharpness, greater angulation, and a more loose, pliable skin than the third place doe. 3 over 4 in turn for her advantage in mammary system. She has a greater area of udder attachment, more height into that mammary system, carrying it up higher into that escutcheon, more balance to the mammary system when she is viewed from the side over the doe standing down behind her. She also has an advantage in general appearance, being more correct in that front end assembly, greater extension to that chest, keeping that point of elbow tighter against the body cavity than the doe standing down in fourth place. I do want to commend that fourth place doe for that dairy strength, that sharpness, and angulation.
Congratulations going to Adeline Meyer from Lyons, Nebraska. Second going to Samantha McLean from Fort Collins, Colorado. Third place also going to Samantha. Fourth going to Ezra Kubacek from Cresco, Nebraska. Entering into the ring next will be our class of 4-year-olds.
This is my placing for this class of Nigerian senior does. Very close placing between these two, but I am going to use one over two. She has a slight advantage in that dairy strength, being sharper in through those withers, greater angulation to that ribbing, just a more loose, pliable skin than the doe standing behind her. She's also excelling in that mammary system, having a greater area of udder attachment, greater extension to that forudder, more smoothness of blending than the doe standing down in second place. She is going to grant that general appearance, that strength to the front end assembly and the strength to the feet and legs to the doe standing down in second place. And I do want to commend that doe for that beautiful front end assembly, level to the top line and correct feet.
First place going to Samantha McLean from Fort Collins, Colorado. Second going to Ainsley Meyer from Lyons, Nebraska. Into the ring next will be our class of 5-year-olds.
This is my placing for this class of aged Nigerian does. I am placing 1 over 2 for the advantage in that mammary system. She just has a greater overall area of udder attachment, more height than width to that rear udder, more capacity to that rear and to the fore udder over the doe standing behind her today. She also has an advantage in general appearance. She's just more smoothly blended in that front end assembly with those shoulder blades tighter against the body than the doe standing behind her. She's also wider from thurl to thurl than the second place doe. She is going to grant that dairy strength, the sharpness, the angulation, and that very beautiful, loose, pliable skin to the second place doe. 2 over 3 in turn for her advantage in mammary system. She has a more capacious mammary system. She has more balance to that mammary system when viewed from the side, carrying it up higher into the escutcheon than the doe standing down behind her. She's also excelling in dairy strength, having greater sharpness, greater angulation, flatness of bone, and a more loose, pliable skin than that third place doe. I do want to commend this third place doe for a 5-year-old still walking around this arena on strong feet and legs. Thank you.
First place goes to Adeline Meyer from Lyons, Nebraska. Second, Samantha McLean from Fort Collins, Colorado. Third, Ezra Kubachek from Cresco, Nebraska. We're going to welcome back into the ring our first and second places from each of our class for champion and reserve.
This is the lineup for the champion Nigerian doe in the youth show. Down here within these 5 juniors, a lot of correctness in these does, a lot of dairy strength. We do have the doe, the senior kid who is just so open and through that escutcheon, so correct in those rear legs. A lot of strength within the feet and legs, especially with this younger one. Down at the end of the line, 5 beautiful animals that are worthy of being out here in this lineup. We take a look at our yearling milker, a doe very strong in that mammary system, level across that top line. A really nice doe out here. The 2-year-old, a lot of dairy strength, sharpness, angulation. The 3-year-old, a doe with a tremendous amount of attachment to that mammary system, height and width to that rear udder, balance to that mammary system. Just a capacious mammary attached to a doe that is so strong in that general appearance, level across that top line. Get up to the 4-year-old, another one, very capacious mammary system, a lot of strengths within the dairy strength, sharpness, angulation, a lot of body capacity on this doe. And then we get up here to the age doe, one who's still so strong on those feet and legs, level across that top line, beautiful front end assembly, and still a very well attached mammary system. There is a doe out here that does excel the others in that mammary system, having a greater area of udder attachment, greater extension to that fore udder, more height and width to that rear udder, capacity to that mammary system, along with that dairy strength, that sharpness, that angulation, and structural correctness within the general appearance, strong on the feet and legs, angulation in through the stifle joint. The 3-year-old is my champion.
Congratulations to Adeline Meyer from Lyons, Nebraska with CH Farm Wildwood Athena for your champion today.
Bringing the second place from that class, another doe, beautiful top line on her, so level from hips to pins, uphill from the hips to the withers within this doe, strong front end assembly. The competition for the reserve is definitely still at the 3 does at the head of the line, the 3, the 4-year-old, and our age doe. But there is one that does have an advantage in the mammary system, just carrying that mammary up higher, greater strength into that medial suspensory ligament, that mammary system's higher up into the escutcheon. And still, when you take into consideration that age, just the tremendous amount of strength of feet and legs on that doe, I'm going to go to the head of the line. My age doe is the reserve.
Congratulations to Adeline Meyer, Lyons, Nebraska, with the reserve champion, CH Farm Wildwood Listea. Let's see up. We'll move over to our recorded grade show next. Our first class will be the junior kid with birthdays from April through August of 2026.
This is my placing for this class of junior AO recorded grades out here. I'm placing 1 over 2 for the advantage that she has in general appearance. She's just a little more level across those feet, on those rear feet. She's just tighter in through those front toes than the doe standing behind her. More angulation in through that stifle joint, and just a little more open in that escutcheon, more just a tad bit more correctly set to those hocks than the doe standing down in second place. 2 over 3 in turn for her advantage in general appearance. She's more open in through the escutcheon, higher in through the escutcheon, walks with greater width between those hocks and just tighter on those toes than the doe standing behind her. She's also stronger in that top line, being more exhibiting greater strength in through that chine, more level from hips to pins than the doe standing down in third. 3 over 4 in turn for her advantage in general appearance. She's walking with more openness in through that escutcheon than the doe standing behind her. She's stronger, straighter on those front feet as she tracks towards you. She is also more correct in that front end assembly, keeping that point of elbow tighter against the body cavity than the fourth place doe. She also has an advantage in dairy strength, which is sharpness, more angulation, and a flatter bone than the fourth place doe. 4 over 5 for her advantage in turn for general appearance. She's more correct in that front end assembly. She keeps those feet more properly placing underneath the withers than the doe standing down in fifth place. She also has an advantage in that dairy strength, just greater springer rib, more angulation than that fifth place doe. I do want to commend this fifth place doe for a tremendous amount of dairy strength and angulation. Thank you.
Taking that class does is a Cleary Berlin from Fort Collins, Colorado. Also with second and third place. Fourth goes to Mackenzie Hill from Plattsburgh, Missouri. And she also takes fifth place. Into the ring next will be our intermediate kid class, March 2026 birthdays.
This is the placing for this class. If you'll head her this way. Face her this way. Right. There you go. We're going to give everybody a nice, pretty profile of her. Okay. This is my placing for this class of recorded grades. I'm placing 1 over 2 for the advantage that this doe exhibits in general appearance. She's just walking with more openness in through the escutcheon, more width between the hocks, more angulation in through that stifle joint than the doe standing behind her. Also walking with more width between those front feet than the doe standing down in second place. She also has a slight advantage in that body capacity in comparison to her frame being deeper in the heart growth depth barrel than the second place doe. 2 over 3 in turn for her advantage in general appearance. She's walking on stronger feet and legs. She's straighter in that front foot as she walks towards you over the doe standing down in third. She's also excelling in dairy strength with more sharpness to those withers, greater angulation to the ribs, flatter bone, and length of bone over the third place doe. I do want to commend this third place doe for how smoothly blended she is from that neck into that front end assembly and levelness to the top line.
First place goes to Peyton Walters from Raymore, Missouri. Second going to Mackenzie Hill from Plattsburgh, Missouri. And third place going to Jenna Good from Clarkson, Nebraska. Entering into the ring next is a senior kid class, birthdays from January through February of 2026.
This is a single entry in this recorded grade junior class. A doe strong in the general appearance, very correct on those feet and legs, amount of strength within those pasterns, and then when she walks away from you, she's very open and through that scutcheon, correctly set to those hocks, very worthy of our first place. We'll see her back.
Congratulations to Tara Lowe of Clearwater, Nebraska. Into the ring next will be our under 2 years in milk class.
A single entry with this yearling milker out here. A tremendous amount of capacity to that mammary system, a lot of height and width to the rear udder. Still strong on that general appearance, smoothly blended from the neck into the front end assembly. That point of elbow is tight against the body cavity. Very worthy of a first place. We will see her back.
Congratulations to William Corver from Alton, Iowa. Into the ring next is our class of 4-year-olds.
This is a 4-year-old single entry in this class. A doe with a tremendous amount of strength to that mammary system, a lot of height and width to that rear udder, carrying it high up into the escutcheon, ideal teat shape and placement, balance when viewed from the side extension of that forudder. Also for her age, she's still strong on those feet and legs, very correct in that front end assembly, beautiful extension to that chest, and that point of elbow tight against the body cavity, levelness of the top line. We'll see her back.
Congratulations to William Corver from Alton, Iowa. We're going to welcome back all our first and second place winners from the recorded grade show classes here for champion and reserve.
This is a lineup for the champion recorded grade. We're going to start down here with the Tog La Mancha doe. Beautiful general appearance on her, very level across that top line, very correct in those rear feet and legs, open in through the escutcheon, and a lot of dairy strength. We move up to the doe. The La Mancha type doe in the center of the junior does. A lot of dairy strength, very strong in those feet and legs with her. And then we get to the Nubian Alpine Cross, another one very correct on those feet and legs, upright on those pasterns. We take a look at the Yearling Milker. A lot of dairy strength, capacity to that mammary system, height and width on her. And then we get to the head of the line. We have a 4-year-old freshener, a doe. Just a tremendous amount of strength on those feet and legs, correctness in that front end assembly, and then the capacity to that mammary system with the amount of udder attachment and balance to the mammary system. The doe at the head of the line is my champion. She was a single entry in that class, so we take a look at the 4 does that are remaining. And it's very easy to go to the Yearling Milker for the reserve, just for that width to that rear udder, that capacity that you see, and the amount of dairy strength that she possesses, that sharpness, that angulation of those ribs. She is the reserve. Thank you.
Congratulations to William Corver from Alton, Iowa. The 4-year-old goat will be your champion. Reserve also going to William from the under 2 years in milk class. Our next show will be the Sable Show. Starting out will be the junior kid class, April through August 2026 birthdays.
This is my placing on this class of Sable juniors out here. I am placing 1 over 2 for the advantage that this doe exhibits in general appearance. She's stronger on those feet and legs, greater strength in through those pasterns within the rear feet. She's also more open in through that escutcheon, more correctly set to those rear hocks when you get behind her than the doe standing down in second place. She also excels in dairy strength. She's just got more angulation to that rib, a flatter bone than the second place doe. 2 over 3 for her advantage in general appearance. She's stronger in that front end assembly, greater extension to that chest, those front feet more properly placing beneath the withers than the doe standing down in second place. She's also excelling in dairy strength with more angulation to those ribs than the doe standing down behind her, cleaner in through the flank, a more loose, pliable skin. She is going to grant that top line, that levelness of top line, strengthen through the chine to the doe standing down in third place. And I do want to commend that third place doe for that beautiful top line.
First place going to Jenna Good from Clarkson, Nebraska. Second, Tracy Foster from Terre Haute, Indiana. Third, Elsie Foster from Terre Haute. Into the ring next will be our intermediate kid class, March 2026 birthdays.
This is my placing on this class of Sable Junior does. I am placing 1 over 2 for the advantage that this doe exhibits in general appearance. She's stronger on those feet and legs, walking straighter in those front feet as she walks towards you. She's more open in through that escutcheon, more correctly set to those hocks than the doe standing down behind her. She's also more level from hips to pins and more smoothly blended from the neck into the withers over the doe standing down in second place. 2 over 3 in turn for her advantage in general appearance. She's more open in through that escutcheon than the third place doe. She's more correct in that front end assembly, deeper in through that heart girth, tighter with that point of elbow against the body cavity than the third place doe. She also excels in dairy strength with greater angulation to those ribs and sharpness of withers than the third place doe. 3 over 4 in her turn for general appearance. She's stronger on those feet and legs, more correctly set to those hocks when viewed from the side with greater angulation in through that stifle joint. She's also more uphill from the hips to the withers and exhibiting greater strength in through that chine than the doe standing down in fourth. She also has an advantage in dairy strength, just being sharper and a flatter bone than that fourth place doe. I do want to commend this fourth place doe for that length of that bone pattern that she's exhibiting. Thank you.
First place going to Elsie Foster from Terre Haute, Indiana. Second going to Tracy Foster. Third place going to Jenna Good from Clarkson, Nebraska. In fourth place, Elsie Foster, Terre Haute, Indiana. We're going to welcome into the ring next our senior kid class, birthdays January through February of 2026.
This is a placing on this class of junior sables. I am placing 1 over 2 for the advantage this doe exhibiting in general appearance. She's just more open into the escutcheon, greater angulation into that stifle joint, walks with more width between the hocks, and then she's also more correct in that front end assembly with those front feet more so underneath those withers, keeping that point of elbow tighter against the body cavity than the doe standing behind her. She also excels in that dairy strength. She has greater sharpness. There's more angulation of that rear rib to the flank than the doe standing behind her, as well as she's cleaner in through the flank than the second place doe. 2 over 3 for her advantage in general appearance. She's just more open into the escutcheon, walking with more width between the hocks than the third place doe. She also has more angulation, more flatness to those ribs than the third place doe. 3 over 4 for her advantage in general appearance. She is more correctly set to those rear feet when she walks away from you, with greater openness into the escutcheon than the fourth place doe. She's also more correct in that front end assembly with greater spring in through that chest floor and that point of elbow tighter against the body cavity with greater depth of heart girth than the doe down here in fourth. I do want to commend this fourth place doe. She's still really strong on those feet and legs. A lot of amount of strength into those pasterns. Very level across that top line, and we want to commend her. Thank you.
First place going to Mackenzie Hill from Plattsburgh, Missouri. Second going to Tracy Foster, Terre Haute, Indiana, also taking third place. Fourth place goes to Elsie Foster, Terre Haute, Indiana. Into the ring next is our senior yearling class. Birthdays of September 1st of 2024 through May 31st, 2025.
This is a single entry in this sable junior doe class. A doe very strong in general appearance, very level across that top line, uphill from the hips to the withers, level from hips to pins, a great amount of angulation into that stifleable joint. She also has a tremendous amount of dairy strength with that sharpness, that angulation of that rib, cleanness in through that flank. She's very worthy of her first place. We'll see her back in here. Thank you.
Congratulations to Elsie Foster from Terre Haute, Indiana. Into the ring next is her under 2 years in milk class.
This is a placing for this class of yearling sable seniors. I'm placing 1 over 2 for the advantage this doe is exhibiting in mammary system. She has a greater area of udder attachment with more height and width to the rear mammary system and more balance to that mammary when she is viewed from the side. She also excels in general appearance. She's walking around the arena with greater strength and through those pasterns and greater angulation and through the stifled joint than the doe standing down in second. She is going to grant that length of the bone to the second place doe. 2 over 3 for her advantage in general appearance. She's walking with greater strength and through those pasterns, those rear feet. She's more upright on those toes as she moves around the arena. She's more correctly set to those hocks when viewed from the side. She is also exhibiting greater strength into that medial suspensory ligament, carrying that udder up higher into the mammary than the doe standing, or higher into the escutcheon, than the doe standing down in third. I do want to commend this third place doe. She has a tremendous amount of dairy strength. She's very sharp through those withers and a lot of angulation to the ribs, and she is to be commended. Thank you.
First place going to Ambrose Hill from Raymore, Missouri. Second going to Elsie Foster from Terre Haute, Indiana. Third place going to Tracy Foster. Into the ring next is our class of 2-year-olds.
This is my placing for this class of 2-year-old Sable senior does. I am going to place 1 over 2 for the advantage that this doe does exhibit in general appearance. She's just stronger on the feet and legs, tighter in through those front toes, and then greater strength within that chine, more level across that top line, more level from hips to pins than the doe standing behind her. She's also stronger in that front end assembly, keeping that point of elbow tighter against the body cavity, showcasing that extension of the brisket over the doe standing behind her. There are some trade-offs between the mammaries on these two, but she's just carrying her udder just a little bit higher up into the escutcheon than the doe standing behind her today. 2 over 3 in turn for her advantage in the mammary system. She has a greater area of udder attachment with more capacity to that mammary system, particularly within the rear udder that you can see. She's also stronger in general appearance. She's stronger in those feet and legs, particularly with those rear pasterns as she moves around the arena with greater angulation to that stifle joint than the doe down here in 3rd place. I do want to commend this 3rd place. She has a lot of dairy strength. She's very sharp, very angular, and a lot of length to that bone. Thank you.
Congratulations, Elsie Foster from Terre Haute, Indiana, taking 1st place. 2nd and 3rd going to Tracy Foster, also from Terre Haute. Into the ring next, we have our class of 3-year-olds.
This is my placing on this class of sables that we have out here. I'm placing 1/2 for the advantage that this doe exhibits in that mammary system. She has a more capacious mammary system, more height and width to that rear udder, more capacity to the rear udder, more fullness to that fore udder, and greater balance to the mammary system when she is viewed from the side than the doe standing behind her. She also excels in that dairy strength. She has greater sharpness of withers, more angulation, more flatness of bone than the doe standing down in second. 2/3 for the advantage in mammary system. She has a more balanced mammary system when viewed from the side, being able to see that third of the udder in front of the leg and that third of the udder behind the leg with more correct teat placement than the doe standing behind her. She also excels in general appearance, being longer across that top line, more level from hips to pins than the doe standing down in third place. Do want to commend this third place doe. There's a lot of things to still like about her. She has a tremendous capacity to that mammary system and still strong general appearance, strong on those feet and legs. Thank you.
First place going to Tracy Foster from Terre Haute, Indiana. Second going to Elsie Foster. Third, Tracy Foster. In the ring next, we have our 4-year-olds.
This is the placing on this class of 4-year-old sables. I am placing 1/2 for the advantage in the mammary system that she's exhibiting. She has a greater area of udder attachment with carrying that udder up higher over the hocks than the doe standing behind her. You can see that height and width into the rear udder and that extension to the fore udder, giving us a really nice balance to the doe. She's also excelling in general appearance. She's just stronger on those feet and legs. She walks straighter in that front foot than the doe standing behind her, and she's also wider across that rump than the second place doe. Do want to commend the second place doe for that sharpness of withers, that beautiful angulation of the ribs, and just a ton of dairy strength that we're seeing.
First place going to Tracy Foster, Terre Haute, Indiana. Second going to Elsie Foster. In the ring next, our class of 5-year-olds.
This is my placing for this class of age sable does. I'm placing 1 over 2 for the advantage that she has in general appearance. This is a doe. She walks with greater strength around with those rear pasterns, greater angulation and through the stifle joint. She is also more level across that top line, greater strength into that chine, more level from hips to pins than the doe standing behind her. She's also excelling in that body capacity, having greater depth of heart girth and depth of barrel over the second place doe. 2 over 3 and turn for her advantage in general appearance. She is also walking with greater strength through those feet and legs than the doe standing behind her. She's also excelling in dairy strength. She has more sharpness, greater angulation, and more flatness of bone over the third place doe. 3 over 4. In turn for her advantage in the mammary system, she has a more capacious mammary and more balance to that mammary system than the doe standing behind her today. She is also walking with greater angulation in through that stifle joint and straighter in that front foot as she comes towards you. Over the fourth place doe. I do want to commend this fourth place doe. She is a 12-year-old doe that has had a very long, productive life and still structurally sound for that age.
Coming out on top is Jenna Good from Clarkson, Nebraska, also taking second place. Third goes to Tracy Foster from Terre Haute, Indiana. Fourth going to Elsie Foster. We're going to welcome back into the ring the first and second places from all of our Sable Show classes for champion and reserve.
This is a lineup for the champion sable, and we have 4 juniors out here, all structurally correct. A lot of dairy strength, sharpness, openness on all four of these does out here. We have a yearling out here, very nice balanced mammary system, just not the maturity of the animals ahead of her today. A smoothly blended 2-year-old level across that top line, beautiful front end assembly that we have on her. The 3-year-old, just a tremendous mammary system, very balanced, a desirable shape, height and width, tremendous amount of width to that rear udder, a ton of dairy strength, sharpness, and angulation on this doe. And we get up to the 4-year-old, another one, a very capacious mammary system, a tremendous amount of udder attachment on this doe, not quite as balanced as the doe standing behind her. And then we get up here to the age doe, one still strong in that dairy strength and correct and still sound on those feet and legs, just not the production and the capacity of the doe standing behind her. The champion is going to come from the 3-year-old and the 4-year-olds, and when we start taking a look at them, one of them has a more desirable shape to that mammary system, and not only just that, you take a look at the front end, she's got that point of elbow tighter against the body cavity with greater extension. The 3-year-old is the champion sable. Oh, congratulations. Can we get the second place from that class?
Congratulations to Tracy Foster from Terre Haute, Indiana on her champion goat with Kliss NSNN Lamore.
Bringing the second place from that class. Love the length of bone on this doe. She still has a very balanced mammary system, but I do feel that there is another doe that has a more capacious mammary system with a greater area of udder attachment. And then you just take that front end assembly, the extension to the brisket, the strength of the feet and legs, and the dairy strength, that openness, that angulation. I'm going to use the 4-year-old as my reserve.
Congratulations on reserve to Tracy Foster from Terre Haute, Indiana with Kliss's KR Caperberry. Congratulations. Our next show will begin momentarily. Our all other purebreds, starting out with our first class junior kid born April through August of 2026.
A single entry in this AOP class with this La Mancha. Doe, love the general appearance on her. She's so sound on those feet and legs. Very straight in that front foot as she comes towards you. Angulation in through that stifle joint. Openness in through the escutcheon. Levelness in through the top line. Very worthy of a first place. We'll see her back in here.
Congratulations to Ava Kreitz from Rantoul, Illinois. Into the ring next will be our intermediate kid class, birthdays of March of 2026.
This is the placing for this class of AOPs. I'm placing 1 over 2 for the advantage that this doe exhibits in general appearance. She's stronger on those feet and legs. She's straighter on that front foot as she tracks towards you, more open in through that escutcheon than the doe standing down in second. She's also more correct in that front end assembly, more smoothly blended in that point of elbow, keeping it tighter against the body cavity than the doe standing behind her. She's also just excelling in that dairy strength, just being sharper into those withers, and just more angulation and a more loose, pliable skin than the doe standing down in second. I do want to commend this second place doe. She is still smoothly blended from the neck into that front end assembly and leveled across that top line. Thank you.
Coming out on top is Ava Kreitz from Rantoul, Illinois. Second, going to Ezra Kubicek from Ceresco, Nebraska. In the ring next is our senior kid class. These have birthdays from January through February of 2026.
This is a placing in this class of AOPs. I am placing the La Mancha at the head of the line 1/2 for the advantage in general appearance. This doe is the strongest on those feet and legs, most correctly set to those hocks when viewed from the side as well as within the rear, most open in through the escutcheon. She is also most correct in that front end assembly with those feet more properly placing underneath those withers, keeping that point of elbow tighter against the body cavity than the doe standing behind her. She also excels in dairy strength. She has more sharpness, greater angulation, a flatter bone that you can feel on this doe over the second place. 2/3 for the advantage in general appearance, and it's going to be that front end assembly with the second place doe having greater extension to that brisket than the third place doe, and just more correct in that point of elbow than the doe behind her. She's also more level from hips to pins than the doe standing behind her. 3/4 for the advantage in general appearance, just stronger on those feet and legs, stronger in those pasterns, straighter in through that front foot than the doe behind her, also exhibiting greater strength in through that top line, being more level from the chine, uphill from the hips to the withers than the doe standing down in fourth. These last three does, not just the strength that we would want to see on the feet and legs of the does that are standing ahead of them, still a tremendous amount of dairy strength, a lot of sharpness, and a lot of angulation, and we want to commend them for it.
First place in that class going to Ava Kreitz from Rantoul, Illinois, also taking second and third place. Fourth going to Nikolai Crover from Alton, Iowa. Fifth, Jenna Good from Clarkson, Nebraska, also taking the sixth place spot. In the ring next, we have our senior yearling class, September 1st, 2024 through May 31st, 2025 birthdays.
This is the placing for this class of junior AOPs. I am starting off and placing 1 over 2 for the advantage that this doe exhibits in general appearance. She's the strongest on the feet and legs. She's the most correctly set to those hocks when viewed from the rear, with the most width and the most openness into the escutcheon and height into the escutcheon over the doe standing behind her. She's also excelling in dairy strength, tremendous amount of sharpness, angulation, flatness of bone, loose, pliable skin over the doe standing behind her. 2 over 3 for the advantage in general appearance. This doe is stronger on those feet and legs, straighter in through that front foot, carrying it down in through the toe over the doe behind her, more correctly set to those hocks when viewed from the rear. She also has that advantage in dairy strength, greater sharpness to the withers, greater angulation of that rib to the doe standing in third. She is going to grant the body capacity, the depth of heart girth, the depth of barrel to the doe standing down in third. 3 over 4 for her advantage in general appearance. She's more smoothly blended in that front end assembly, with that point of elbow tighter against the body cavity with greater extension to that brisket. She's more level across that top line, more level from hips to pins and wider from thurl to thurl over the 4th place doe. Also, she excels in body capacity, having greater depth of heart girth, depth and width to the barrel over the doe standing down behind her. The last 2 does a tremendous amount of dairy strength within them. They're just not as sound in the feet and legs up on those pasterns or as open and through the escutcheon as the does that were ahead of them today. Thank you.
First place going to Ava Kreitz from Rantoul, Illinois. Second going to Ezra Kubicek from Ceresco, Nebraska. Third place going to Briar Hendricks Andreessen from Leon, Iowa. 4th going to Nikolai Crover from Alton, Iowa. And 5th going to Ashlyn Call from Springview, Nebraska. Into the ring next, we have our class of under 2 years in milk.
I'm going to leave this class of yearling AOP milkers in the order that they presented themselves into the arena. I am going to place 1 over 2 for the advantage in the mammary system. This doe has a greater area of udder attachment, more height and width and capacity to that rear udder, more balance to that mammary system when viewed from the side, and also she's longer in those lateral attachments than the doe standing down here in second. She's also excelling in general appearance. She's just a little stronger in that front end assembly. She keeps that point of elbow tighter against the body cavity as she moves around the arena over the doe standing behind her. She's also more level from hips to pins and wider from thurl to thurl over the 2nd place doe. This 2nd place doe still very strong on those feet and legs, up on those pasterns. Just still a tremendous doe, not just the mammary system of the doe ahead of us.
First place going to Ava Kreitz from Rantoul, Illinois. Second going to Nikolai Crover from Alton, Iowa. We're going to welcome into the ring next our 2-year-old class.
This is going to be my placing for this class of AOP does. A lot of trade-offs between the top three that we have up here, but I am going to place one over two for the advantage in general appearance. She's just stronger on those feet and legs, greater strength within those pasterns over the doe behind her, more correct in that front end assembly, keeps that point of elbow tighter against that body cavity than the doe in second place. She's also more level across that top line, uphill from hips to withers, level from hips to pins. She also excels in the dairy strength. She has greater sharpness, more openness of the ribbing, angulation, than the doe standing behind her. She is going to grant that mammary system to the second place doe over the first place. The second place doe over the third place. It's going to be for the mammary system, that overall area of udder attachment, that extension, that smoothness of blending of the foreudder, the height and width to that rear mammary over the doe standing behind her. She is also excelling in that body capacity, having greater depth of heart girth, depth of barrel and width throughout. She is going to grant the strength of the feet and legs to the doe standing down in third. 3 over 4 for her advantage in memory system. She's just showing us a more capacious udder with more height and width and fullness to that rear udder over the fourth place doe. She's also excelling in feet and legs, general appearance, just being stronger, tighter in through those front feet, straighter in through those front feet as she moves around the arena over the doe standing down in fourth. 4 over 5 in turn to her advantage in general appearance. She's straighter in through that front foot when she's coming towards you, and from the side over the doe standing behind her. She's also more correct in that front end assembly, keeping that point of elbow tighter against the body cavity. She's also showing us more capacity to that rear udder over the doe standing down in fifth. I do want to commend this doe. She's still smoothly blended, level across that top line, and a really nice, pretty profile.
Congratulations goes to Clearly Berlin from Fort Collins, Colorado, taking first. Second goes to Breyer, Hendricks, and Dreesen from Leon, Iowa. Third, Ava Kreitz from Rantoul, Illinois, also taking fourth. Fourth place goes to Clearly Berlin from Fort Collins, Colorado, and fifth goes to Ezra Kubicek from Ceresco, Nebraska. Entering into the ring now is our class of 3-year-olds.
This is the placing for this class of AOP seniors. I am placing one at the head of the line and one over two for the advantage in mammary system. This doe has a more capacious mammary system with the greatest area of udder attachment and the most amount of balance when viewed from the side over the doe standing behind her. She's also the strongest in general appearance. She's the most level across that top line, strongest in those feet and legs, greatest extension to that chest over the doe standing down in second. 2 over 3 for her advantage in general appearance. This doe is stronger on those feet and legs, walking with more strength in through those pasterns, greater angulation in through that stifle joint over the doe standing down in third. 3 over 4 for her advantage in mammary system. She has a more capacious mammary system with more height and width to that udder over the doe standing down behind her today. She has an advantage in that front end assembly, keeping that point of elbow tight against that body cavity, but she is going to grant that strength of the feet and legs to the doe standing behind her. The doe standing in fourth does excel her in strength to those rear pasterns and angulation into that stifle joint today. And I do want to commend this fourth place doe. She doesn't have the capacity of the 3 does that's standing ahead of her within that mammary system, nor the height or width to that rear udder, but she is still extremely strong on those feet and legs with a tremendous amount of angulation in through that stifle joint. Thank you.
In the AOP 3-year-old class, first place goes to Nikolai Korver of Alton, Iowa. Second place also goes to Nikolai Korver. Third place to Breyer Andreessen of Leon, Iowa. And fourth place goes to Evelyn Call of Springview, Nebraska.
We're going to leave this class of AOP seniors as they came into the arena. I am going to place 1 over 2 for the advantage that this doe has in mammary system. She has more balance to that mammary system when viewed from the side. She's also exhibiting greater height and width and more capacity to that rear udder than the doe standing behind her. She's also excelling in dairy strength. She has more sharpness to the withers, more angulation, more flatness of bone, and cleaner in through the flank than the doe standing standing behind her. She is going to grant that smoothness of blending from the neck into the front end assembly and throughout to the doe standing down here in second place today. I do want to commend this second place doe. She is very smoothly blended, strong in through that front end assembly. Thank you.
In the 4-year-old AOP class, first place goes to Ava Kreitz of Rantoul, Illinois, and second place goes to Briar Andreessen of Leon, Iowa.
This is the placing for the aged class of AOP does. I am placing 1 over 2 for the advantage in memory system. This doe has a more capacious memory system with greater area of udder attachment, more height and width to the rear udder than the doe standing in second place. She's also excelling in general appearance, being more correct in that front end assembly, greater extension to that brisket, and keeping that point of elbow tighter against the body cavity over the doe standing down in second. Great. 2/3 and turn for her advantage in memory system. She has a greater area of udder attachment, more height than, or carrying that udder up higher into the escutcheon than the doe standing in third. She's also excelling in dairy strength. She's sharper through the withers. She's got a greater angulation, more flatness of bone than the doe standing down in third. She is going to grant that front end assembly, that smoothness of blending and keeping that point of elbow tight against the body cavity to that third place doe. I do want to commend this doe. Very smoothly blended from the neck into that front end assembly and that shoulder blade tight into the withers. Thank you.
In the 5-year-old AOP class, first place goes to Nikolai Korver of Alton, Iowa. Second place to Briar Andreessen of Leon, Iowa. And third place to Ryan Call of Springview, Nebraska. We will now bring in the AOP champion drive.
This is a lineup for the selection of the champion AOP and the youth show. We have 4 junior does down here that all of them are exhibiting tremendous amount of dairy strength. We are seeing a lot of openness into the escutcheon, correctness in those rear feet and legs. Just beautiful profile on all 4 of these does. It makes you excited to see what they are going to look like when they get into production. Starting off with our yearling down here, really nice mammary system, a very capacious mammary system for a yearling first freshener. A lot of strength within general appearance, strong on the feet and legs. We get to the 2-year-old one that has a tremendous amount of dairy strength, sharpness, angulation, beautiful profile, level across that top line, uphill from the hips to the withers. We get to the 3-year-old one that's just a sound doe, beautiful capacious mammary system, height and width to that udder, and then still with that body capacity, the dairy strength, strength to the feet and legs, overall general appearance, just a sound, balanced doe. We get to the 4-year-old one, still correct in those feet and legs, a lot of height and width and capacity to that rear udder. And then we get up to the age doe, another one, a tremendous amount of height and width to the rear mammary system, and still strong within those feet and legs. There is one doe that does kind of pull every category of the scorecard together. She does have that mammary system, the greatest amount of area, udder attachment, the most balance to that mammary system, height and width to the rear udder. And then you take that dairy strength, the sharpness, the angulation that she has, and then just that tremendous body capacity that is carried within it with the depth, the heart girth, the depth and width of the barrel. The 3-year-old is my champion AOP.
Congratulations to Briar Hendricks Andreessen from Leon, Iowa with Meadow Hill VVTO Peach. I am incorrect. Congratulations goes to Nikolai Corver from Alton, Iowa for Meadow Valley PSS Thistle.
Bringing the second place from that class, another dud that was structurally sound and a lot of capacity to that memory system. But when it comes to taking a look for the reserve, to me, the competition is the two does at the head of the line. We have some trade-offs between them. You have one that has a height and width to the mammary system, and then you have one who excels in the dairy strength, sharpness, and openness, angulation, and then you start taking a look at the general appearance. There is one that is just a little stronger in those feet and legs, a little more level across that top line more naturally. And stronger in that front end assembly. And then you take the dairy strength, that sharpness, that angulation, that flatness of bone, that loose, pliable skin. The Sonnen is going to be my reserve.
Congratulations to Ava Kreitz from Rantoul, Illinois with Pleasant Grove NSMM Grammar. We are going to welcome back our breed champions into the ring for Best Doe and Show.
This is a lineup for the best doe and show for the youth show, so please give it up for these kids who've put in a lot of work today. We're going to start off with the Alpine, at the head of the line, a doe, strong in general appearance, correct on those feet and legs, just a beautiful profile. The Nubian, another one, a lot of body capacity, strength to those feet and legs, smoothly blended throughout. A really nice Nigerian dwarf down here, a tremendous amount of udder attachment, area of attachment. Smoothly blended from the neck into that front end assembly, leveled across that top line, tremendous amount of body capacity. The La Mancha, another one, sound on those feet and legs, beautiful front end assembly, and then a tremendous amount of sharpness to the withers, angulation throughout. We get to this sable, just a stylish doe, so sound in the general appearance, strong within those feet and legs, and just a beautiful mammary system that you can still see that overall area of udder attachment with that sharpness of withers, angulation. And then we get down to the tog, another one with a lot of capacity to that mammary system, a great overall area of udder attachment, a tremendous amount of body capacity. When you take a look at the 6 does, there is one that when she was in here that was full, tremendous mammary system, the greatest area of udder attachment, height and width to that rear mammary system, so sound in that general appearance, correct on those feet and legs, level across that top line, and then when you feel of the dairy strength, that sharpness, that angulation, the flatness of bone, the sable is going to be my best in show.
Congratulations to Tracy Foster from Terre Haute, Indiana, from the Sable Show for your Best Doe and Show. This is NSNN Lemoore. Congratulations. As we finish up here from our youth dairy goat show this morning, we're gonna get rolling here on our junior doe show here at the 2026 Nebraska State Fair. How it will work, we will have 2 shows running congruently here. So we will have La Manchas in the Diamond North Ring, and we will have Toggenburgs in the Emerald South Ring. Once the judges have judged each of those, they will then switch rings and judge them again. So that's how we will work here through today for the remainder of the day here at the Junior Doe Show. So La Manchas will begin in our North Ring, and Toggenburgs will begin in our South Ring. Entering the ring first in our La Mancha show is the junior kid class. They have birthdays from April through August of 2026. In our Toggenburg show, we're starting with the junior kid class, April through August 2026 birthdays.
Okay, we're starting our junior show. This is the Diamond Ring at the Nebraska State Fair. These are our La Mancha breed today, and these are our junior kids. Starting on my right, our first pair here, similar in their overall style, lots of body capacity on both these does as you look at the width of chest floor, the increasing depth of rear barrel that they have at this point of the game. In a close placing, 1/2, it does come to overall dairy strength. Just to go, that is much cleaner in that front end assembly. She's more open and angled in that ribbing, showing us more cleanliness in the area of the flank at this stage of the game over our second place doe. Additionally, in general appearance, she's a bit more upright and stronger on her pasterns than our second place doe. 2 then going over 3 for her advantage in overall substance of bone when you look at the bone in the feet and legs, especially those rear legs. And she has overall body capacity, width of chest floor, fullness at the point of elbow to put her over 3. 3 is one of our stronger general appearance does in this line. I just like to see a bit more body and a bit more dairy wedge shape to her, which will hopefully develop. But for today, she does go over a 4 for the strengths and general appearance. She's stronger in that front end assembly as she moves out. She's also more angulated in those rear legs. From stifle into hawk than our doe standing in 4. 4 then going over 5, strength of bone, especially as you look at the bone in the rear legs there, more body capacity, width of chest floor. And then she does have the longer bodied doe throughout to put her over our 5th place doe. Our 5th place doe is commended, really like how those 4 legs come underneath her withers. Thank you.
From the junior kid. From the junior kid class in the La Mancha show, coming out on top was Robin Carlson from Wellington, Colorado. Second place going to Dan Cross from Jasper, Minnesota. Third going to Robin Carson from Wellington, Colorado. Fourth, Ava Kreitz from Rantoul, Illinois. And fifth, Trevor Good from Wayne, Nebraska. In the ring now is your intermediate kid class with birthdays in March of 2026.
March-born La Mancha kids here, start on my right. Really nice lineup, really all the way down. We have our first five closest to me here, and then we go through even 6 through 9, pretty nice goats, really all the way down. But starting on my right with our first place goat, that really put it all together. She does have some general appearance advantages over our second place goat. She's just showing more ease of motion on the move, walks a bit more uphill. She's stronger and straighter in that back in the area of the chine. 9, more smoothly blended from the hips into the rump, and then levels out more ideally in the area from hips to pins than our second place doe. A bit stronger in that front end assembly as well when you look at the extension of a brisket that she shows, just a really solid base in that front end assembly. 2 is one of our biggest dairy strength individuals. She's got plenty of substance and bone. Really love the openness of ribbing on her too. It is that dairy strength that will put her over 3 today. She's more arched up in the escutcheon. She uses those rear legs more correctly, walks with more distance between the hocks than our third place goat. 3 over 4, general appearance, strength of front end assembly, holds it more together as she moves out, more properly placed legs underneath the withers over our doe standing in 4 today. Both goats, I'd like to see a bit more strength of pastern, but to move them up to maybe into the first or second place group. But it is this overall strength of front end assembly that will put 3 over 4. 4 over 5, overall angularity of body at this stage of the game, width of chest floor, will put, and strength of substance of bone will put her over 5. Really love the openness and dariness on our 5th place doe. And it is that dariness, that cleanliness, that openness, and angle of rib that will put her over our 6th place doe. 6 over 7, we have the length of body, we have the width of chest, and we do have a bit more slightly open ribbed animal than our doe standing in 7 today. 7 over 8, general appearance, rear legs, just a much more correct angulation from stifle into hock, which will put her over 8 today. And then 8 over 9, close placing, but just a goat that's more level in that rump from hips to pins, walks with more ease of motion than our doe standing here in 9, who is commended for her width of chest.
The intermediate kid class for March of 2026 in the Toggenburg show, coming out on top was Brady Westerfeld from Greenville, Illinois. Second, also going to Brady. Third, going to Callie Schmidt from Haywarden, Iowa. Also taking 4th place. 5th, going to Kaylee Orman from Emerson, Nebraska. And 6th place as well. Sherry Kubacek from Ceresco, Nebraska, taking 7th place, and 8th, going to Callie Orman from Emerson, Nebraska. In the Toggenburg show, the senior kid class went to Brady Westerfield from Greenville, Illinois. Entering into the ring now is the senior yearling class, birthday September 1st of 2024 through May 31st of 2025. In the North Ring from the La Mancha show, the intermediate kid class, taking that goes to Abby Bundy from Donovan, Nebraska. Second, going to Jenna Haig from Meridian, Kansas. Third, going to Abby Bundy from Donovan, Nebraska. 4th place, going to Abby as well. 5th place, going to Takoa Schroda from Chapman, Kansas. 6th, going to Abby Bundy from Donovan. 7th place, going to Takoa Schroda. And 8th place, going to Ava Kreitz from Rantoul, Illinois. And 9th place, going to Dan Cross from Jasper, Minnesota. In the ring now is the senior kid class.
Okay, in our diamond ring, this is our La Mancha senior kid class. One's going over to today. She does have first of all, the overall general appearance advantage here. Just a doe that's stronger in that rump. She's more uniform in that rump from the hips all the way down to the pin bone, slightly more level from thurl to thurl as well. And as she tracks towards you, she tracks straighter with those forelegs as she comes with you. She is a bit cleaner, sharper in that neck and front end assembly than our doe standing into as well. Our second place doe, though, is commended. Lots of body capacity and depth already for a young kid. Thank you.
Abby Bundy from Doniphan, Nebraska, taking that class. Second, going to Ava Kreitz from Rantoul, Illinois. Into the ring next for La Manchas, we have the senior yearling class, September 1st, 2024 through May 31st, 2025 birthdays.
Okay, dry yearlings for the La Mancha breed coming into line here. Starting to my right, one is kind of a tough class. We have some trade-offs and traits here, but the first place goat to at the head of the line puts it all together, really. You know, when we look at the ease of motion, when the general appearance on the move, we really need to evaluate these does on the move, and she does pick up the most points as she moves out. Just a really nice fluid uphill style to her. She strengthens out over the back over our second place doe as she moves out as well. So she's tighter in that front end assembly really all the way around than our doe standing in 2, slightly more angulation of leg in 1/2 and length of bone pattern. 2/3 in her turn. Also, we have some length visual traits here. When you look at the length of the neck, the length of the rear rib, the overall openness and cleanliness at this stage of the game, over our doe standing in third. Our third place goat, she's actually, when you get your hands on her, she has the substance of bone and she has that openness of rib. Probably a doe that could have been bred to be a milking yearling as she starts starting to put on some fleshing at this point of the game. But she has some general appearance advantages over our doe standing in 4 today. She tracks much straighter with those forelegs as she moves out. Less tendency to hawk in as she moves away from you. More substance of bone in feet and legs as well to put her over our doe standing in 4. 4 then going over 5. Pretty close place in here. Two yearlings that look like yearlings here, just need to mature, but our 4th place doe at this point has more spring of rib, more increasing depth of rear barrel, as well as more width of that chest floor to put her over our doe standing in 5 today. Our 5th place doe, one of the more dairy goats when you can feel the sharpness up the withers and openness. She just needs to fill into herself and hopefully move up the line. Thank you.
This is a senior yearling class of junior togs that we have in here. A tremendous lineup all the way from the top of the class all the way down to the bottom. Just an insane amount of quality that we have in here. But I am going to place 1 over 2 for the advantage that this doe exhibits in general appearance. She's just more open in through that escutcheon, carrying more height in through the escutcheon. She's straighter on those front feet as she tracks towards you. And as she moves around the arena, she's more level from hips to pins and more uphill from the hips to the withers than the doe standing behind her. She's also excelling in dairy strength. Just a tremendous amount of spring of rib, flatness of bone, angulation that you can feel over the doe standing down in second. She is going to grant, though, that body capacity, the depth of heart girth to the doe that is standing in second place. 2 over 3 in turn for her advantage in general appearance. As she moves around the arena, she's exhibiting more angulation within that stifle joint, more openness in through the escutcheon than the doe standing behind her. She just also walks with more strength and power in that front end, with more width in the chest over the doe standing down in third place. She also excels in body capacity, having greater depth of heart girth, depth of barrel, and fullness throughout over the third place doe. 3 over 4 in turn for her advantage in general appearance. When you get behind these 2 does, the third place doe just is more correctly set to those hawks and walks with more width in through the escutcheon than the 4th place doe. She's also more smoothly blended in that front end assembly, and she walks more correctly with those front feet properly placing under those withers than the doe standing down in 4th. 4 over 5 in her turn for advantage in general appearance. She's just overall stronger on those feet and legs, tighter within those toes, more correct with greater strength in through those rear feet within the pasterns with the doe standing behind her. She also exhibits greater angulation in through that stifle joint than the 5th place doe. As we move down the line, still just a lot of quality down here within these 3 does. Just not quite that openness to the escutcheon, not quite the rear set to the feet and legs of the does that are standing ahead of us today, but still a tremendous amount of quality even with these ones down here at the end of the line. Thank you.
In the La Mancha show, the senior yearling class, coming out on top is Abby Bundy from Doniphan, Nebraska. Second is Robin Carson from Wellington, Colorado. Third place going to Trevor Good from Wayne, Nebraska. Fourth place going to Abby Bundy from Doniphan, Nebraska. And 5th place going to Dan Cross of Jasper, Minnesota. In the ring now are our first place winners from each class for the Breed Grand and Reserve Champion. For the Toggenburg show, the senior yearling class taking that went to Harmony Alpines from Nunn, Colorado. Second place going to Philip Jass from Aden, Iowa. Third place going to Kaylee Schmidt from Hardwin, Iowa. Also taking fourth place. Fifth place going to Sherry Kubishek from Ceresco, Nebraska. Also taking sixth, seventh, and eighth place. For the Toggenburg show to the South Ring, we have our first place winners from each class for Breed, Grand, and Reserve Champion.
Okay, in the diamond ring here at the Nebraska State Fair, this is our selection for our La Mancha Junior Champion. Our La Mancha's made in America here, our tiny-eared goats. Lovely lineup here. It's been a lovely show to start off the Nebraska State Fair. And just four tremendous individuals here when you look at their overall general appearance, strength of front end assembly, the length that they all show over the back, good balance between the strength and substance that they have in their bone and the overall dairy indicators that we want to see in our replacement dry stock that will be the future milking herds of America for our breed made in America. We started off with to my left here with a junior kid. Lots of body and substance on her already. Good overall strength of feet and legs as she's moving about the ring. Really love the substance of bone in her feet and legs as well as the youngest goat in the group here. And then we get to we go one step up to our March-born goat here. Another goat excelling in overall general appearance, strength of feet and legs, just really lovely over that top line, really beautiful uniform width of rump on our intermediate kid. And then we move one more step, and we get one more step into the overall development of that body. When you look at our senior kid, lots of strength of the chest floor, another goat showing a tremendous width to that rump all the way down to the thurls. And then our senior dry yearling at the head of the line, another doe excelling in front end assembly. She's tight really all the way around at the point of elbow. Moves with a lot of uphill style to her. Really nice openness of rib when you get your hands on her. Competition here, it's going to come down between our intermediate kid and our senior dry yearling today. They excel our youngest individual in the overall rump structure, just a wider, more uniform, longer rump than our junior kid. And they excel our senior kid in overall strength of front end assembly. They just keep it a bit tighter at the point of elbow with less tendency for those forelegs to toe out over our senior kid there. As we look at these two goats, really beautiful rump structures, really nice feet and legs, front end assembly. So what it's going to come down to is dairiness. First of all, the strength in the head, the strength in the jaw, the bottom of the jaw, as well as openness of ribbing. Our dry yearling is our junior champion. Can we have our second place?
This is a lineup for the champion tog over here in the emerald ring. I'm starting down here with our tog doe at the end of the line. A doe that was very sound in general appearance, correct on those feet and legs. Beautiful front end assembly with that point of elbow, just nice and tight against the body cavity. Very level across that top line. Moving up to the doe ahead of her. Another one, just a tremendous amount of dairy strength, sharpness, angulation. So correct on those feet and legs with this doe. We move up to our junior yearling. A doe very open in through that escutcheon, tremendous amount of width between the hocks, levelness of that top line, strength in through that chine. And then we come up here to the senior yearling, just a tremendous doe, so correct on those feet and legs, so level across that top line, length through the rump, width from hips, thurl to thurl, openness in through that escutcheon, width between the hocks, and then that dairy strength, that sharpness of the ribs, sharpness of the withers, openness of the angulation of the ribs. The doe at the head of the line is going to be my tog champion.
Okay, the diamond ring. Now it's a selection for our reserve junior champion. We brought in our second place senior dry yearling here to compete for reserve. Another goat showing a lot of strengths in overall general appearance, especially feet and legs. Not quite the dairiness that we see of our junior champion of the day that stood ahead of her. So now it's pretty easy to go to this very well put together, very well balanced intermediate kid for reserve.
For the La Mancha Show, congratulations. Champion going to Abby Bundy from Doniphan, Nebraska with Platte Valley PP Reju. Reserve going to Abby Bundy from Doniphan as well with Meadowlark VO Navarna. Your champion in the Toggenburg Show is Harmony Alpines from Nunn, Colorado, and we're looking at reserve right now.
Bringing the second place from that senior yearling class, another doe, very correct in general appearance. Love the length of this rump on this doe, the levelness, and still a lot of strength within the feet and legs, and just tremendous amount of body capacity, great amount of depth of heart, girth, depth of barrel, and a lot of width in that chest floor. It is very easy for me to stick with that class and use the second place as my reserve champion.
Reserve champion going to Philip Jass from Aden, Iowa as your reserve champion. Our judges are going to switch rings as soon as they're done with their record keeping, and we're going to run through these shows a second time.
Single entry in the junior get a sire for the Toggenburgs. And these were three does that in the ring. Tremendous amount of general appearance on these does. All three of them very sound on those feet and legs, open within the escutcheon, correctly set to those hocks, angulation in through that stifle joint, and the uniformity of these does, which is what you're wanting to see a buck throw with his offspring. These does are very worthy of that first place.
Kara Schmidt taking the junior get a sire class. For the Emerald La Mancha Show, we have our junior kid class, April through August 2026 birthdays. And in the Toggenburg Show, in the Diamond Show, in the South Ring, we have our junior kid class, April through August 2026.
Okay, in the Diamond Ring, we're starting our Toggenburg Junior Show with some junior kids. Starting to my right, our first place goat pretty handily came to the top of this class today. She excels the class in her overall general appearance, especially as you look at the strength of her front end assembly as she moves out, tighter all the way around than her three counterparts behind her today. She also excels our second place doe in overall dairy strength, a goat that's cleaner, she's more open, more angled in rib in over two. Two then going over three for her general appearance. She's stronger in that overall rump structure as she moves out. She's more smoothly blended from the back into the hips and then into the rump as well. Just a bit more width all the way around when you look at the chest floor and overall spring of rib to put her over three. Three over four, close placing here, but we do have overall general appearance strengths over the top line. Just a doe that's a bit more naturally uphill to the withers, stronger in the area of the chine. And then dairy strength, she's more open in that ribbing as well as having a longer rear rib than four. She will grant to some of the feet and legs of our doe standing here in four. Really strong set of feet and legs when you look at the overall correct angulation from stifle into hock.
This is a junior class of La Manchas over here in the Emerald Ring. I am placing 1 over 2 for the advantage this doe exhibits in general appearance. She's just stronger in those feet and legs than the doe standing behind her, more open and through the escutcheon and more correctly set to those hocks as she moves away from you over the doe standing down in second place. She also excels in that dairy strength. She has greater sharpness to those withers, greater angulation of those ribs to the rear flank over the doe standing down in second place. 2 over 3 for her advantage in general appearance. She just overall excels the doe with that levelness of that top line, the strength to the feet and legs, the angulation of that stifle joint over the doe standing behind her. She also is excelling in that body capacity. She has a great amount of depth of that heart girth and depth of the barrel over the doe standing down in third. 3 over 4, a close placing between these two, a lot of trade-offs, but as the third place doe moves around the arena, she's stronger in that front end assembly. She's keeping with that, the shoulder blades tighter up against the withers, giving us more fullness in through the crops over the fourth place doe, and walks with greater extension to that brisket, but also keeps that point of elbow tighter against that body cavity over the doe standing down in fourth. 4 over 5 in turn for her advantage in general appearance. She's presenting more openness in through that escutcheon, more width between the hocks, and just stronger on those feet and legs than the doe standing down in fifth. She also has an advantage in that body capacity, just being deeper throughout over the fifth place doe. I do want to commend this fifth place doe. She's still a very stylish doe, still very strong on those feet and pasterns. Thank you.
In the Toggenburg Junior Kid class, coming out on top goes Akara Schmidt from Harwood, Iowa. Second place going to Kaylee Schmidt from Hardwin, Iowa as well. Third place going to Kara Schmidt. And fourth place going to Philip Jast from Aden, Iowa. In the La Mancha Junior Kid Show, coming out on top was Robin Carson from Wellington, Colorado. Second place going to Dan Cross from Jasper, Minnesota. Third place, Trevor Good from Wayne, Nebraska. Fourth place, Ava Kreitz from Rantoul, Illinois. And fifth, Robin Carson from Wellington, Colorado. In both shows, we have the intermediate kid class birthdays of March 2026 in the ring.
Okay, in the diamond ring, this is our Toggenburg intermediate kid class, starting on my right here. Pretty easy top here. She excels really the class in the overall strengths and general appearance, especially the strongest front end assembly in this class by far when you look as compared to how she keeps it tight as she moves out. She excels our second place doe, just blends more smoothly from the neck into the withers in that front end assembly. She also has the overall advantage and smoothness over that back, more correct uniform width and set to the thurls, more upright thurls than our doe standing in two in overall general appearance. Also in daring is showing more arch up in the escutcheon than two. 2 over 3, we do have an advantage in the overall front end assembly. Just a doe that leads with less prominence at the overall point of shoulder. She's tighter a bit at the top of the shoulders as well and levels out more in the rump from hims to pins than our doe standing in 3. 3 then going over 4 today. For her advantage in overall general appearance, feet and legs, just tracking a bit straighter with those forelegs as she moves out. She also has the advantage in body capacity, being deeper in the heart girth and fuller at the point of elbow at this point of the game over our doe standing in 4. 4 over 5, close placing here. We made a switch, but we do have the overall advantage in the rump structure. Just a more uniform width, more level from thurl to thurl as well, and more overall length of bone to put her over our doe standing in 5 today. 5 over 6, overall general appearance, the strength of the overall feet and legs in particular, tighter in the toes, just a more desirable length of pastern to put over, I believe, our doe that's standing in 6 today. 6 then going over 7, just a doe that walks with more width between the hocks as she moves out today. And then in dairy strength, she has more openness and correct angle of rib than our doe second to the end of the line. Second to the end of the line over the goat at the end of the line. 2 similar type does, but we do have more substance of bone in overall feet and legs, and just a bit longer bone pattern doe than our doe standing here, who is commended for her very straight forelegs and side profile.
This is my placings for this class of intermediate La Mancha kids out here in the Emerald Ring. I am placing 1 over 2 for the advantage this doe exhibits in general appearance. When she walks away from you, she just shows a tremendous amount of openness in through the escutcheon, width between the hocks over the doe standing behind her. She's just so strong in that top line also as she moves around the arena. She's also excelling in that dairy strength. She's just so much sharper. Tremendous amount of angulation, a very loose, pliable skin over the doe standing down in second. 2 over 3 in her turn for advantage in general appearance. She's stronger on those feet and legs, greater angulation in through that stifle joint. She's also more correct in that front end assembly with greater extension to the brisket over the doe standing behind her. She also excels with just that length of that bone that she's exhibiting over the third place doe. 3 over 4, and this is a dairy strength placing here. When you feel of this third place doe, it's just a tremendous amount of sharpness to those withers, just a tremendous amount of spring of rib, angulation, just a tremendous pliable skin that she has on her over the doe standing behind her. She does also have a slight advantage in general appearance, just being a little bit more open in through the escutcheon. She is going to grant that length of bone to the fourth place doe. 4 over 5 in her turn for her advantage in general appearance. She's stronger in that front end assembly. She's walking just so much more fuller in that point of elbow, keeping that point of elbow tighter against the body cavity than the doe standing behind her. She's also exhibiting greater angulation in through that stifle joint. She's also more level in through that top line, uphill from the hips to the withers, over the doe standing down in 5th place. As we move down the line, still a tremendous group of animals, just not quite that openness in through the escutcheon, not the width between the hocks of the does that are standing ahead of them today, but still a tremendous group of does. Thank you.
The Toggenburg Intermediate Kid class coming out on top went to Brady Westerfeld from Greenview, Illinois, also taking 2nd place. 3rd place going to Kaylee Schmidt from Hayward in Iowa. 4th place going to Sherry Kubachek from Ceresco, Nebraska. 5th place going to Kaylee Schmidt from Hayward in Iowa. 6 going to Kaylee Orman from Emerson, Nebraska, also taking 7th and 8th place. Senior kid class for the Toggenburg Show went to Brady Westerfeld from Greenview, Illinois. In the ring now we have the senior yearling class, birthday September 1 of 2024 through May 31st of 2025. In the La Mancha Show, the intermediate kid class taking top place goes to Abby Bundy from Doniphan, Nebraska. Second place going to Jenna Haig from Meridian, Kansas. Third place going to Koa Stroda from Chapman, Kansas. Fourth place going to Abby Bundy from Doniphan. Fifth place going to Dan Cross of Jasper, Minnesota. Sixth, Abby Bundy. Seventh place, Abby Bundy as well. And eighth going to Koa Stroda from Chapman, Kansas. In the ring now we have the senior kid class, birthdays of January through February of 2026.
This is the placing for the senior kid class for the La Manchas. I am going to place 1 over 2 for her advantage and general appearance. This is a doe that just presents herself so strong within those feet and legs. She walks with beautiful angulation in through that stifled joint, so very strong on those pasterns, but then also very uphill from the hips to the withers over the doe standing behind her. She also has that tremendous amount of dairy strength, that angulation that you can just see from of that rear rib right to the flank, and just such a beautiful long lean neck over the doe standing behind her in second place. Do love still the second place doe. She has a lot of general appearance, really strong on those feet and pasterns within the rear feet, so smoothly blended from that neck into that front end assembly with that point of elbow tight against the body cavity. Thank you.
The senior kid class in the La Mancha Show, taking first place goes to Abby Bundy from Doniphan, Nebraska. Second, Ava Kreitz from Rantoul, Illinois. Coming into the ring next is a senior yearling class, birthdays from September 1st of 2024 through May 31st of 2025.
in our diamond ring, our Toggenburg dry yearling class here. Close placing between our top two animals. Definitely some trade-offs here. Obviously, one is going to grant to two overall body capacity, the overall width and depth throughout at this stage of the game. But of course, our junior dairy scorecard, there's so much points comprised of overall general appearance. And within that, the biggest is, of course, feet and legs. So that's what it really comes down to. This is a general appearance placing. One does excel over two in overall strength of feet and legs, slightly tighter in the overall toes. She just tracks a bit more correct with these rear legs, walking with more width between her overall hocks as she moves out. And then in her head, she's got a bit stronger in the deeper part of the bottom jaw than our second place doe. Just holds that front end assembly with more ease of motion as she moves about the ring here today. And in dairy strength, slightly a bit more open and ribbing than two. But very close placing, two really beautiful individuals to start off the lineup here. And then there's a break here, two going over three for the overall general appearance. Just really love the way the forelegs come underneath the withers, giving an extension of brisket. She has that advantage over our third place, as well as overall substance of bone and overall feet and legs and depth of rear barrel. Three then going over four, body capacity, width of overall chest floor. We have a longer bone pattern, and we have more substance of bone and feet and legs than four. Four over then going over five, just stronger in her front end assembly, hold it together at the top of the shoulders as she moves out more appropriately than our fifth place goat here. First place line, you're excused. As we look at 5 over 6 today, overall general appearance here, just a doe that tracks straighter with those forelegs and knee pads coming more directly towards you. She is a longer boned individual as well than our doe standing in 6 today. 6 over 7 in her turn, also a doe that less tendency to overall toe out at the bottom part of the leg. She does have the overall body capacity and depth and length of bone to put her over 7. 7 over 8, substance of bone and overall feet and legs, and overall body capacity at this stage, a more angular, less tendency to cut back up into the rear part of the barrel, and overall width of rump puts her over our doe here at the end of the line, who is commended for her strong back. Thank you.
In the Toggenburg show, taking the senior yearling class goes to Harmony Alpines, Nunn, Colorado. Second, Philip Jass of Alden, Iowa. Third place going to Callie Schmidt from Hayward in Iowa, also taking fourth place. Fifth goes to Sherry Kubicek from Ceresco, Nebraska, also taking sixth, seventh, and eighth place. For the senior yearling class for the La Mancha show, coming out on top is Trevor Good from Wayne, Nebraska. Second, Abby Bundy from Doniphan, also taking third place. Fourth place, Robin Carson from Wellington, Colorado. And fifth, Dan Cross from Jasper, Minnesota. Into the rings for both the Toggenburgs and the La Manchas, we're going to have our first and second places from each class for breed, grand, champion, and reserve.
This is the lineup for the selection of the champion junior La Mancha in the Emerald Ring. We're going to start off with our dry yearling, just a very powerful doe. A lot of substance of bone on this doe, but she's so smoothly blended from the neck into that front end assembly, in through that point of elbow, all the way out. Just a really stylish La Mancha that's very open and through the escutcheon. We come down to the senior kid, a doe so sound on those feet and legs, and just a tremendous amount of dairy strength. You feel that sharpness, that angulation, that openness of the ribbing, the flatness of bone that the doe exhibits. Then we get to our intermediate kid, another one very correct in that general appearance, upright on those feet and legs, walking with a tremendous amount of strength, levelness of the top line. And then we get down here to the junior kid, another one sound in that general appearance, extremely open in through the escutcheon, walks with quite a bit of width between the hocks, beautiful front end assembly, and a tremendous amount of dairy strength. There is going to be one that is going to excel the others in the general appearance, just more smoothly blended, that correctness in those feet and legs, as she treks towards you, she's straighter in that foot. The amount of dairy strength that she has, the angulation, the openness. I am going to use the senior kid as my champion.
Okay, in the diamond ring, we're going to select our Toggenburg junior champion here. It's a really nice Toggenburg junior show we had today. Starting to my left, we started with the junior doe kid. And this junior doe kid is one of the more open-ribbed, angular type goats, flat-boned individual in this lineup. Lots of angularity and depth already on our youngest doe here in the lineup. Then we get up to our intermediate kid, a real powerhouse for her age, showing a lot of strength of bones, a lot of width of chest, lots of overall body capacity, but couples that with strong overall general appearance. And then we get to our senior kid, similar to our intermediate kid, lots of strength in the head, width of chest, width over the loin and rump. And she's just a single entry, but well deserving of a first place. And then our dry yearling here at the end of at the head of the line, a long bone pattern doe. Just really love to watch this goat on the move. The overall feet and legs that she exhibits, very smoothly blended throughout and well balanced. As we look at this group, I think the competition for our junior champion is going to come down between our youngest goat here, the junior kid, and then our oldest, our senior dry yearling. Although they're going to grant to some maybe body capacity of the two does in the middle, they do have the overall advantage in general appearance. The strength of the front end assemblies, the strength of feet and legs, and length of pasterns. And as we look at these two does, of course, although slight advantages in dairy strength, I feel on our junior kid. When we look at the overall total scorecard, feet and legs, the walking with that distance between the hocks, the strength of the overall front end assembly at the top of the shoulders, a doe that just walks more nearly uphill, our senior dry yearling's our junior champion.
Bringing our second place from that senior kid class, another very stylish doe, strong in general appearance, correct on those feet and legs. But there is one that is going to excel the others in that general appearance, just a tremendous front end assembly, smoothness of blending throughout, levelness of top line, and then the dairy strength that this doe is exhibiting with that angulation, sharpness of withers, beautiful loose pliable skin. I'm going to come down here to the end of the line and use this one as my reserve.
Okay, in our diamond ring, we brought in our second place senior dry yearling to compete for reserve. Again, it's between our second place senior dry yearling and then our junior kid again. And it was a very close placing in that class. The very minute details. I really had to work hard on that senior dry yearling class. Our second place dry yearling here, I really love the depth of the front end assembly on this doe, the way the forelegs come underneath her withers, that width of chest. Definitely my kind of goat. Like if I just had to pick one goat to take home, it would probably be this goat. But when we overall looking at the scorecard and we look at the feet and legs, we had to go with that first place doe over her. But pretty easy to go for her for reserve. Thank you.
For the La Mancha Emerald Show, taking champion goes to Abby Bundy from Donovan, Nebraska. Reserve champion goes to Robin Carson from Wellington, Colorado. For the Toggenburg Diamond Show, champion goes to Alpines Harmony from Harmony Alpines from Nunn, Colorado. Reserve going to Philip Jass from Aden, Iowa. Congratulations to our showmen. In the North Ring, we're going to kick off the Alpine Show, starting out with the junior kid class. They all have birthdays from April through August of 2026. To our south ring, we are starting the Oberhausley show. First class is the junior kid class, April through August 2026 birthdays.
Single entry in the junior Oberhausley kid class. A doe, very strong in general appearance, beautiful profile, level across that top line, uphill from the hips to the withers, tremendous amount of angulation in through that stifle joint, so correct on those pasterns, walking with a great amount of strength in them. Just a beautiful doe, really strong general appearance. She is very worthy of a first place. We'll see her back in here.
In the Oberhausley class, the junior kid taking that was Takoa Schroeder from Chapman, Kansas. In the ring now, we have the intermediate kid class with March of 2026 birthdays.
Okay, in the Diamond Ring, we're starting our Alpine show. These are junior kids. Pretty close placing between our top two does here. Definitely some trade-offs on these two does. As we look at, first of all, general appearance, I do like how our second place doe tracks straighter with her forelegs, but I do like the way our first place goat walks with more distance between the hocks. So it's kind of a wash there. Our second place doe has an obvious advantage in overall body capacity for this time. But our first place doe to my right has a definite advantage in dairy strength. More open, more flat-boned individual. She's got the longer, leaner neck. She's cleaner in that front end assembly as well. And as we look at other points of general appearance, she has an advantage in that rump assembly, having the longer rump more appropriate for her frame than our doe standing in 2. 2 then going over 3, general appearance, strength of front end assembly. Just uses that front end more correctly as she moves out. And in her turn in dairy strength, has a longer, leaner neck than our doe standing in 3, just a longer bone pattern doe throughout as well. 3 then going over 4 today. For her overall general appearance, she blends more smoothly in the back from the hips to the rumps, and then the rump from hips to pins. It's a more uniform, wide rump as well than our doe standing in 4 today. 4 then going over 5. The first place line is excused. 4 goes over 5. We just have more substance of bone, just a doe that's a bit more upright on those pasterns, more fullness at the point of elbow, as well as width of chest floor will put her over our 5th place goat. 5 then going over 6 today. For her overall dairy strength, when you get your hands on her, just a more angulated rear rib today. And she is more correct in her overall feet and legs, especially the angulation from stifle into hock to put her over 5. 5 then going over 6. Strength of front end assembly, the top of the shoulders are held much more tight against the body wall as she moves out than our doe standing in 7. 7 then going over 8. Overall general appearance, the width of that rump that's more uniform, wide all the way down and more level from thurl to thurl, that will put her over our 8th place doe that is commended for her rear leg angulation.
The Alpine Junior Kid class coming out on top goes Ed Jalowski from Atlanta, Illinois, also taking 2nd place. 3rd goes to Will Bachmeyer from Granville, North Dakota, also taking 4th place. 5th goes to Dan Cross from Jasper, Minnesota. 6th goes to Ed Jalowski from Atlanta, Illinois. 7th place going to Takoa Schroda from Chapman, Kansas, and 8th going to Will Bachmeyer from Granville, North Dakota. For the intermediate kid class for the Oberhasli show, coming out on top goes to Megan Oakson from Silver Lake, Kansas. 2nd going to Takoa Schroda from Chapman, Kansas, also taking 3rd place. 4th goes to Philip Jass of Eldon, Iowa. 5th place goes to Megan Oakson of Silver Lake, Kansas. 6th place going to Philip Jass of Ayden, Iowa, also taking 7th place. In the ring now, we have the senior kid class with birthdays from January through February of 2026.
This is a placing for the senior kids in the Emerald Ring. For the senior Oberhausley kids, excuse me. Placing 1 over 2 for the advantage this doe exhibits in general appearance. When she walks away from you, she walks with more openness in through the escutcheon, more width between the hocks than the doe standing behind her. She's also excelling in that general appearance with being more angular in through that stifle joint than the second place doe. She also, you feel that sharpness, that angulation in through that dairy strength over the doe standing behind her. She is going to grant that length of bone to the second place animal. 2 over 3 and turn for her advantage in general appearance. This is a doe that just walks with greater strength in through that top line, more uphill from the hips to the withers, more level from hips to pins and wider from thurl to thurl than the doe standing behind her. She's also walking straighter in that forefoot as she tracks towards you, but also stronger in that shoulder assembly, being that point of elbow is tighter against the body than the third place doe. 3 over 4 and turn for her advantage in general appearance. This is a doe that when she walks away from you, you can see that openness in through that escutcheon, the width between the hocks, the correctness to the set of those hocks over the doe standing behind you. You can also feel that dairy strength, the sharpness, that angulation of the ribs to the rear flank over the doe standing down in fourth. 4 over 5 and her turn for her advantage in general appearance. She's just walking with more width between the hocks than that fifth place doe. She's also more smoothly blended with that point of shoulder in through the front end assembly over the doe standing down in fifth. Do want to commend this fifth place doe. Tremendous amount of dairy strength on her. Thank you.
Okay, in the diamond ring, this is our Alpine Intermediate Kid class, starting on my right with a doe that pretty handily took this class. She really excels the overall class, first of all in her body capacity, obviously, but then also her overall general appearance, especially as you look at the front end assembly. She does maintain tightness in that shoulder assembly all the way around as she moves out over the balance of the class. She excels our second place goat in feet and legs as well, just showing us more substance of bone, more strength of pastern, and an obvious advantage of angularity and body capacity. 2 over 3, closer placing here, but as we watch them move out, just a doe that's more uphill in the back, correct over that back, longer in that back as well. And then when we look at that rump structure, she's more uniformly wide, and when you get your hands, more longer rear rib than our doe standing in 3 today. 3 then going over 4, we have just a more angularity at this stage of the game, angularity of rib, as well as overall strengths in general appearance and feet and legs than our doe standing in 4. 4 then going over 5 today for her advantage in overall general appearance, just much sounder in that front end assembly as she moves out. She's tighter at the top of the shoulders and has the dairiness advantage, being cleaner in the thigh, cleaner in the neck than our doe standing in, I believe, 4. Then second to the end of the line over the goat at the end of the line for her overall general appearance, strengths, especially as you look at that rear leg set as she moves around the ring, more arch up in the escutcheon, more body capacity as well. But our fifth place doe here at the end of the line should be commended, really smooth over the back, really nice doe in her own right, just a lot of quality in front of her.
In the Oberhausley show, the senior kid class, coming out on top goes to Kevin Good from Clarkson, Nebraska. Second place going to Megan Oakson from Silver Lake, Kansas. Third going to Jess Brubbitz from Clarkson, Nebraska. Fourth place going to Jenna Good from Clarkson. And fifth place going to Kevin Good from Clarkson. Over here in the North show, the Alpine show, intermediate kid class, coming out on top goes to Ed Jadlowski from Atlanta, Illinois. Second place going to Van Wyck Acres from Hayward in Iowa. Third place going to Dan Cross from Jasper, Minnesota. Fourth place going to Van Wyck Acres from Hayward in Iowa. And fifth place going to Ed Jadlowski from Atlanta, Illinois. Sixth place going to Peyton Walters from Raymore, Missouri. In the ring now is the senior kid class, birthdays of January through February of 2026. And in the Oberhausley show, we have the senior yearling class. They have birthdays from September 1st of 2024 through May 31st of 2025.
This is a placing for the class of senior yearling junior does out here. I am going to place 1 over 2 for the advantage in general appearance. This doe, as she moves around the arena, she walks with greater width between the hocks, more openness into the escutcheon, but then she also is more smooth on the move from that shoulder blade into the withers and just the fullness in through the crops over the doe standing behind her. She is going to grant that body capacity, the depth of heart, girth, and barrel to the doe standing down in second. 2 over 3 for the advantage in general appearance. This doe is just standing on stronger feet and legs. She's straighter in that forefoot as she treks towards you than the doe standing behind her. She's also more up on those pasterns as she moves around the arena, just more substance of bone over the doe standing down in third. She also excels in body capacity, having greater depth of heart girth and depth of barrel over the third place doe. 3 over 4, a close placing between these two, but it's going to be in turn for general appearance. The third place doe is just more open in through that escutcheon, more correctly set to those rear hocks when you stand behind her over the doe standing down in fourth. Other than that, that is a very close placing between these two does. This one over the black doe for her advantage in general appearance. She's stronger on those feet and legs. She's more up on those pasterns. She's tighter in through those toes than the doe behind her. She's also more level across that top line, exhibiting greater strength in through that chine, more levelness from hips to pens than the black doe standing behind her. The black doe over the last place doe, it's going to be for that advantage in dairy strength. She's just sharper through the withers, has more angulation to that rib, flatness of bone over the doe behind her. Still want to commend this doe down here. She's just a very stylish doe that's smoothly blended throughout.
Our diamond ring, this is our senior kid class for the Alpine breed, starting to my right. 1 goes over 2 today for her advantage in general appearance. She's tighter at the top of the shoulder blade as she moves out. She also is stronger in feet and legs, slightly tighter in the toes, and definitely stronger on those pasterns, especially the rear pasterns over our second place goat. 2 then over 3, I really love the rump structure on the second place goat. That's what got her to this position over the 2 does behind her, especially when she stretches out like that. But it is the most correct when you look at the elevation to those thurls, the really lovely set to the thurls over the top, most level from thurl to thurl, and overall length of that rump. She also excels our third place doe in overall dairy strength, much more open in that ribbing, just a longer bone pattern throughout than 3. 3 then going over 4. Close placing here, 2 similar tight does here, but in 3 over 4 we do have the advantage in the rump assembly. These sun gals with a lot of white going up, it can kind of visually distort things, but when you get over the top, she has the advantage in the overall length, the uniform width of that rump all the way down. As we look at rear legs, she's more correct with that rear leg set, the angulation from stifle into hock over 4. Our fourth place go is commended, lots of substance of bone on a young doe. Thank you.
In the Oberhausley Senior Yearling class, coming out on top was Megan Oakson from Silver Lake, Kansas. Second going to Philip Jass of Adlin, Iowa. Third place going to Playwright Farm from Springview, Nebraska. Also taking 4th, 5th, and 6th place. In the Alpine show, the senior kid class, coming out on top was Ed Jalowski from Atlanta, Iowa. Second place going to Van Wyck Acres from Hawarden, Iowa. Third place and 4th place going to Ed Jalowski from Atlanta, Illinois. In the Alpine show, we have our senior yearling class entering the ring. They all have birthdays of September 1st of 2024 through May 31st of 2025. In the Oberhausley show, to our south, we have our first place from each class in the ring for Grand and Reserve Champion.
This is a selection of the junior champion in the emerald ring for the Oberhausleys. Starting down here with our junior kid, a very stylish doe, so strong in that general appearance, beautiful extension to that front end assembly, so strong on those feet and legs, levelness of the top line, tremendous angulation in through that stifle joint, and also a great amount of dairy strength, sharpness, and openness on this doe. We come up to our intermediate, another one so strong in general appearance, that beautiful front end assembly, assembly that just so smoothly blended as she moves around the arena that those shoulder blades just blend right into the withers on this doe, giving us fullness of the crops. But so correct on those feet and legs, open in through that escutcheon. Another one with a tremendous amount of dairy strength. Our senior kid, another one, just a stylish profile, beautiful top line, uphill from the hips to the withers, level from hips to pins, strong front end assembly, and beautiful angulation in through that stifle joint. And then we get up here to our dry yearling, another one, beautiful profile, stylish angulation in through that stifle joint on this doe. Smoothness of blending throughout. But I am going to go with a doe that does excel the others in general appearance, just with the strength in the feet and legs, but more so that front end assembly, that smoothness of blending, and the way that as she moves around the arena, you can see just that blending of the shoulder blade into the withers and throughout. The intermediate kid is going to be my champion. Bring in the second place from that class, another doe that's just so level across that top line. Beautiful general appearance, strong front end assembly with that extension to the brisket. But I am going to go with the doe that does excel the others in the feet and legs, giving more angulation in through the stifle joint, straighter in through that forefoot as she walks towards you, but properly placing those feet beneath the withers. And then just the tremendous dairy strength, the sharpness, the angulation, just that beautiful, loose, pliable skin, that lovely thin dairy neck that we have. I'm going to use this senior kid as my reserve.
Congratulations to Megan Oakson from Silver Lake, Kansas for champion of the Oberhausley show with Durago Wit sequel, and reserve champion to Kevin Good of Clarkson, Nebraska with Brzezinski Farm, Eureka Springs. In our south ring, entering into the show ring, we have the junior Get a Sire for the Oberhasli show.
This is a single entry for the Oberhasli Junior Getup Sire. Really impressive to see the uniformity between these three does out here. All three of them very strong within general appearance. You can see that they are very compatible within that openness and through the escutcheon, that angulation throughout the stifle joint, and then that tremendous dairy strength that each one of these does is presenting today. Just the sharpness, the angulation, just that uniformity that you're wanting to see consistently produced when you are looking for a sire worthy of that first place. Thank you.
Taking the junior Get a Sire class goes to Jenna Good of Clarkson, Nebraska.
Okay, what a class. We have lots of numbers, we have lots of depth, and we have lots of quality throughout. Really a pleasure to see so many nice alpine dry yearlings in the ring here. Starting off to my right, though, with a doe that pretty handily takes this class. She's got, first of all, the substance and power. It starts in her head, just a beautiful muzzle on this goat, the strength of bone and feet and legs, and lots of style and very smoothly blended as well. So really puts it together in overall general appearance. And it is that reason that she's going over to today, just a more naturally uphill doe, a doe that holds those shoulder blades tighter up against the wall as she moves out, and just walks with more ease of motion and grace around the ring than 2. 2 over 3, this is a closer placing here. Although we will grant slightly to the top of the shoulder blades against the body wall, we have a distinct advantage in angularity, angle, and openness of rib. We also have a strengths in overall rear legs, just more substance of bone throughout. And as we get over top of the doe, she has a wider rump all the way down than our doe standing in 3. Our third place Sungao type doe, it does win the style award. Just a lot of fancy doe on the move here. She excels 4 in her overall general appearance. She tracks a bit more correct with those rear legs, walking with a slightly more distance between the hocks. But more importantly, she keeps that shoulder blade tighter against the body wall all the way around, with more correct placement under the withers, giving her more extension of brisket than 4. 4 then going over 5 for in her turn, just a longer bone pattern doe, just a doe that levels out more correctly in the rump from hips to pins than our doe standing in 5 today. 5 over 6, we have a doe that just blends a slightly smoother from the neck into the withers. She has more increasing depth of rear barrel, just more body capacity, fullness at point of elbow, depth of heart girth for her frame as to this doe standing in 6. 6 over 7. Last minute switch. We do have dairy strength advantage. She obviously has a longer bone pattern throughout. And when you get your hands on her, she does have more openness and correct angle of rib to flank, the longer neck than our doe standing in 7. 7 then going over 8. Overall strengths of feet and legs, especially as you look at these rear legs set as she moves out. And then a more angular type body than our 8th place doe starting our second line. 8 going over 9. Close placing here. 2 very similar type does. I just feel like we do have the more correct feet and legs as she moves out, more balance in that foreleg when viewed from the side to put her over 9 today. Also a longer neck and cleaner neck than 9. 9 over 10, body capacity, fullness, width of chest, fullness at the point of elbow, depth of heart girth, puts her over 10 today. 10 over 11, this is a close placing, but we have dairy strength advantages when you get your hands on them and feel the angle of rib to flank that will put her over 11. 11 over 12 today. Just more ease of motion as she moves about the ring, levels out more ideally in the rump from hips to pins, and has the longer bone pattern overall than our doe standing in 12. 12 over 13, body capacity, width of chest floor, fullness at the point of elbow, depth of rear barrel puts her over 13. 13 over 4, she's just wider in that chest floor. Similar type does here, but we just have a little bit more overall strength and substance to put her over our doe at the end of the line, who's commended. Really nice breed character to her head.
Congratulations to Harmony Alpines Nunn, Colorado for first place in the senior yearling class. Second place going to Van Wyck Acres from Hayward in Iowa. Third place going to Ed Judlowski from Atlanta, Illinois. Fourth place going to Harmony Alpines. Fifth going to Dan Cross of Jasper, Minnesota. Sixth going to Ed Judlowski from Atlanta, Illinois. Seventh place going to Will Bachmeyer from Granville, North Dakota. Eighth place, Van Wyck Acres, also taking 9th place. 10th going to Michelle Clark from Emerson, Nebraska. 11th going to Kaylee Orman from Emerson, Nebraska. 12th place going to Dan Cross. 13th place going to Ambrose Hill from Raymore, Missouri. And 14th place going to Callie Orman from Emerson, Nebraska. Entering into our ring is our first places from each of the classes for Breed, Grand Champion, and Reserve.
been a real tremendous Alpine Junior show. Just lots of quality throughout it, and it shows here in our junior champion lineup. Just beautiful does in both lines. So kudos to the Nebraska State Fair and everybody who brought these fabulous Alpines off. Starting to the left, a very fancy junior kid here, a long neck. She's sharp. She's long bone pattern. Couples with really nice feet and legs as she moves up. Okay, and then we move to our intermediate March-born kid class. Very well-balanced doe in all area of the scorecard. Just a March-born kid, but a doe that's already showing tremendous body capacity, coupling with really nice general appearance and strong in her front end assembly as she moves out. And then we get up to our senior kid, a very dairy individual, good balance between the strength and substance she shows and the dairyness, openness, and angle or elegance that she has as well. And then our dry yearling at the head of the line, just a very well put together doe in all areas of the scorecard. As we look at our final lineup here, the doe for me that puts it all together in her overall general appearance, when you look at the feet and legs as she moves about the ring, the really lovely balance of substance of bone. It starts in her head, just a beautiful head and muzzle on her. She has the bone, she has the correct dairiness, lovely long bone pattern to her, really smoothly blended, not only in the front end assembly, but overall that back and rump, very wide in the rump. Pretty easy to go to our senior dry yearling is our junior champion. As we look at the doe that stood second to her, a very dairy individual, another very well-balanced doe here, just not quite the front end assembly, I feel, as some of the does behind her. As we look at our other blue ribbon first place winners, definitely very stylish does all in their own right, really strong general appearance. But there's one doe that really picks it up in three-dimensional angularity. When you look at her here in side profile, you get over the top of her. She has that increasing width also in that rump all the way down. And I do feel some of the strongest feet and legs, which is our highest subcategory. Intermediate kid is reserved.
Congratulations to Harmony Alpines of Nunn, Colorado, taking in champion with Harmony HMT Annalise Keychain. Reserve going to Ed Jalowski from Atlanta, Illinois with Kickapoo Valley Holy Vixen. Congratulations for the Alpine show, for the Diamond show. Our judges are
Test.
going to get ready to switch rings, and we're going to run through those classes again.
Okay, junior get a sire as we finish up the junior alpine show in the diamond ring. These are 3 does with the same sire. Our first, we're going to go kind of leave them as they set up 1, 2, 3, and then 4 here. Our first place group excels our second place group. First of all, they have more, we're seeing more because our second place group is only represented by 1 dam, so it's hard to see a lot there. But they do have, besides that advantage, they have a dairy strength advantage, just a does with longer, cleaner necks as a group, and they are also stronger in their front end assemblies as a group. 2 then over 3, closer placing here, and although we only have 1 dam, I just feel the overall structural correctness when we look at the rump assembly, the overall body capacity for their ages that they show, the width of chest and width throughout, will put them over our third place group. 3 then going over 4, just more consistent in their overall type as a group here. They're a longer bone pattern group, and they also have a more correct rump assemblies as a group when you look at the overall width to them and smoothness over the back. Our third place group represented by 3 dams, but very nice when we look at the overall angulation to rear leg.
Congratulations to Ed Jalowski of Atlanta, Illinois, taking first place of the junior Get a Sire. Second place going to Van Wyck Acres from Hayward in Iowa. Third place, Dan Cross, Jasper, Minnesota. And fourth going to Will Bachmeyer from Granville, North Dakota.
Only you. Single entry as we start our Oberhasleys for the diamond ring here. She is well deserving of a first place ribbon. Just very nice overall angularity in the rib and overall body on the young goat. Couples that with a strength of feet and legs as well. So she'll get a first and come back for our junior lineup. Okay, intermediate kid class in the diamond ring here, starting to my right. Fairly close placing between our top two animals, but one is going to for her overall general appearance. She stays tighter at the point of elbow as she walks out than our second place doe. Additionally, she walks with slightly more distance between the hocks as she moves out, more width of chest and more overall length to put her over our stylish doe in two. Two then going over three today. It is that overall general appearance, more correct than that front end assembly, more extension of a brisket. She's fuller at the point of elbow, also more substance of bone and feet and legs to put her over three. Three then going over four today. We have the advantage in overall general appearance, just a goat that's more correct in that rump assembly. She's wider in that rump, more elevated in the thurls, making her more level from thurl to thurl compared to our doe standing in four. 4/5, strength of front end. She's tighter at the point of elbow. She walks a bit more uphill as she moves about the ring, slightly more angulation to rear leg than our doe standing in 5. 5/6, close placing here. We have width of chest floor. We also have a bit more strengths in that front end assembly as they move out at the top of the shoulders. More overall length as well to put her over the goat second to the end of the line. Second to the end of the line over the goat at the end of the line. For her overall general appearance, just a goat that walks with more width between the hocks. She's wider, especially in the area of the chest floor here than our doe standing at the end of the line, who is commended for her very straight forelegs and side profile.
This is a class of junior kids, alpine kids in the emerald ring over here. I am placing 1/2 for the advantage that this doe exhibits in general appearance. She's just stronger in that front end assembly. She has greater extension to that chest, with those feet more properly placing under the withers as she moves around the arena, with more smoothness of blending of that shoulder blade into the withers over the doe behind her as she moves around the arena. She is also walking with a little bit more openness in through the escutcheon and more width between the hocks as she moves away from you over the doe in second. She also has an advantage in body capacity, just being deeper in through that barrel and wider than the doe standing in second. 2/3 for her advantage in dairy strength. This doe possesses the most dairy character out, or dairy strength out here, being sharper in through the withers. She has more angulation to the rib, beautiful flat bone, loose pliable skin over the doe standing behind her. She does also have that slight advantage in general appearance, just being more open in through the escutcheon when she steps away from you and walking more correctly in through those hocks over the third place doe. 3/4 in turn for her advantage in general appearance. This is a doe that is standing on stronger feet and legs. She's straighter in that foreleg as she tracks towards you. She's also more open in through the escutcheon than the doe behind her. She's also excelling in that dairy strength, being sharper through the withers, greater angulation of that rib to the flank over the doe standing down in fourth. 4/5 for her advantage. In general appearance, she's walking on straighter feet, tighter in through those front toes than the doe standing behind her. She's just also stronger in that front end assembly, being more smoothly blended in that point of elbow over the doe behind her, also with that levelness of that top line and strength in through the chine over the doe standing behind her. This doe over that doe, I'm sorry, they've stepped out. 5/6 for her advantage in general appearance. This is a doe that's got greater angulation of that stifle joint. And then as she is on the move around the arena, when she's walking, she exhibits greater strength into that top line. She also excels in dairy strength. She has more sharpness to those withers, more angulation, of more loose, pliable skin, and cleaner in through the flank than the doe standing in sixth. As we move down to these last three does. Still a lot of quality out here, a lot of beautiful general appearance, a lot of strong top lines, just not quite as open in through that escutcheon or as correctly set to those hocks as the does that are standing ahead.
For the Obahosley Show intermediate kid class, coming out on top was Megan Okitson from Silver Lake, Kansas, also taking second place. Third place going to Toccoa Schroeder from Chapman, Kansas. Fourth going to Toccoa as well. Fifth place going to Philip Jass of Alden, Iowa, also taking sixth and seventh place.
Okay, for the Oberhasleys, this is your senior kid class for the Diamond Ring. Pretty easy top here. She's our first place goat to my right, excels in overall general appearance, substance of bone, width and depth throughout at this stage of the game, and overall long bone pattern. For those reasons, she goes over 2, as well as having more of the correct front end assembly at the top of the shoulders. Holds it together a bit tighter at the top as she moves out. More bone in those legs as well than 2. 2 then going over 3 in her turn for front end assembly as well. Just 4 legs that come more ideally underneath the withers, giving her more extension of brisket. She does have a dairy strength advantage too when you get your hands on her to put her over 3. 3 then going over 4. We have more body capacity at this stage of the game, the depth of the heart girth, the width of the chest floor, more angularity of body three-dimensionally to put her over Ardo standing in 4 today. 4 over 5, switch these goats last minute. Just a goat that stays stronger in the area of the top line, especially area of the chine and loin as she moves out. She also has more distance between the hocks and bone and legs than Ardo standing in 5 today. She will grant slightly to the dairiness of our 5th place goat, and for that she is commended.
In the North Ring, the junior kid class, coming out on top was Will Bachmeyer from Granville, North Dakota. Second place going to Ed Julowski from Atlanta, Illinois, also taking third place. Fourth place goes to Will Bachmeyer from Granville, North Dakota. Fifth place goes to Ed Julowski from Atlanta, Illinois. Sixth place, Dan Cross, Jasper, Minnesota. Seventh place, Toccoa Schroeder. And eighth going to Will Bachmeyer from Granville, North Dakota. For the senior kid class of the Oberhasli Show, first place going to Megan Oakson from Silver Lake, Kansas. Second going to Kevin Good from Clarkson, Nebraska. Third going to Jess Brubitz from Clarkson, Nebraska. Fourth place going to Kevin Good from Clarkson. Fifth place going to Jenna Good. In the ring now we have the senior yearling class.
In the Emerald Ring, this is the intermediate alpine kid that we have in here. I am going to place 1 over 2 for the advantage that this doe exhibits in general appearance. She's stronger in that front end assembly with greater extension to that chest and that point of elbow tighter against the body cavity than the doe standing in second place. She's also wider from thurl to thurl. She's also more open in through that escutcheon than the doe standing down behind her in second place. She has an advantage also in dairy strength, just being sharper and a flatter bone that you can feel on the first place doe over the second place. 2 over 3, and for her advantage in general appearance, this doe is also standing on correct or stronger feet and legs. She's straighter in that foreleg as she tracks towards you. She's more open in through that escutcheon, more correctly set to those hocks when viewed from the rear over the doe standing down in second place. She's also excelling in that body capacity, having greater depth of heart girth, depth of barrel, and wider through that whole top line, being wider from thurl to thurl over the third place doe. 3 over 4 in her advantage of general appearance. This was a switch that I made, and that was for the advantage in general appearance, being the feet and legs. As this third place doe walks away from you, she's straighter in through those hocks when viewed from the rear over the doe standing down in fourth place. 4 over 5 for her advantage in general appearance. She has greater angulation in through that stifle joint. She's more open in through the escutcheon than the doe standing down in fifth. She's also excelling in dairy strength. She has greater sharpness, greater angulation and flatness of bone over the fifth place doe. 5 over 6 in her advantage in general appearance. She's walking on stronger feet and legs, being more up on those pasterns than the doe standing behind her today. Also more smoothly blended in that front end assembly than the sixth place doe. I do want to commend this sixth place doe. Tremendous amount of dairy strength and angulation on her. Thank you.
Congratulations, Ed Jalowski of Atlanta, Illinois, for the first place intermediate kid in the Alpine Show. Second place also going to Ed. Third place, Dan Cross, Jasper, Minnesota. Fourth place, Van Wyck Acres, Hayward in Iowa. Fifth place, Peyton Walters, Raymore, Missouri. Sixth place, Van Wyck Acres, Hayward in Iowa. Entering into the ring next, we have the senior kid class, birthdays January through February of 2026.
Okay, Oberhausley Diamond Ring Dry Yearling class here. Starting on my right, one does take this class in her dairy strength. When you get your hands on it, you feel the openness and angle of rib to flank, the cleanliness in the thigh, the long lean neck. She has those advantages really over the class and over our second place doe. And although I would like to see her track a bit straighter with those forelegs, she does track more correctly with those rear legs than our doe standing in 2 today and having a distinct advantage in overall dairy strength. 2 then going over 3. For her advantage in overall front end assembly, just holding those shoulder blades tighter up against the body wall, and just a doe that as she moves out, just stronger and longer over that top than our doe standing in 3 today. 3 then going over 4. In her turn, just more correct in those rear legs as she moves out, just a more uphill doe that's stronger in the area of the chine as we look at her back as compared to our doe standing in 4 today. 4 over 5, a doe that blends more smoothly from the neck overall into the withers, as well as a doe that walks with more distance between the hocks. We'll put her over our 5th place doe. 5 over 6, just a goat that just walks more upstanding, and when you get your hands on her, you feel the more correct openness and flatness of bone over our black doe standing here at the end of the line, who's commended lots of body capacity, depth, and width throughout.
In the Emerald Ring, this is our a lineup for the our class of senior junior kids out here. I am placing 1/2 for the advantage that this doe exhibits in general appearance. She's just stronger in that front end assembly, greater width in that chest, point of elbow tighter against that body cavity, greater extension to the brisket over the doe standing behind her. She is also excelling in that escutcheon. She's more open and she walks with greater width between the hocks than the doe that is standing ahead of her. She is also excelling in dairy strength with sharpness, greater angulation of that rib to the rear flank, and cleaner in through the flank than the doe standing down in second. 2/3 for her advantage in general appearance. She is walking more correctly on those feet and legs, being straighter in that foot as she tracks towards you over the doe standing behind her. She is also more correctly set to those hocks when viewed from the rear over the third place doe. She also has that advantage in dairy strength, just more sharpness, more angulation throughout over the doe standing in third. 3/4 for her advantage in general appearance. This is a doe that is just walking more strongly on those feet and legs, more up on those pasterns than the doe standing behind her. She's also excelling in that body capacity. She's deeper in through that heart girth and greater depth of barrel and width throughout over the fourth place doe. I do want to commend this fourth place doe. She has a tremendous amount of dairy strength, sharpness, and angulation.
Okay, in our diamond ring, this is our selection for our Oberhausley Junior Champion. Not super huge numbers, but really good quality as we look at this final lineup. To my left, we have a well-developed junior kid here, walking on a really nice set of feet and legs, already showing really good dairy strength. And when you couple the strength that she shows along with the openness and flatness of bone here, and then we get up to our intermediate kid, a real powerhouse. When you look at substance of bone, the strength of that front end assembly, really love the extension of brisket and the overall length on her. And then we get to our senior kid, another powerhouse, but then also she's strong, but she's also showing femininity and grace as she moves about the ring, and she likes to dance as well. But a really well put together senior kid. And then our dry yearling at the head of the ring, beautiful rear leg set on this goat. Probably one of the most dairy goats in this lineup when you get your hands and you feel the openness and angle of rib to flank. Of course, our junior scorecard, we weigh heavily the general appearance because we haven't seen mammary systems yet. So our general appearance points are so high, over half the scorecard is dedicated to them. And as I look at the general appearance, I do feel the competition is between our intermediate and our senior kid. They just excelled our senior dry yearling and overall length of body, but also those forelegs as they track towards you, just uses those forelegs more correctly. And over our junior kid, just more correct in that rump assembly, more uniform width and levelness from thurl to thurl in that rump assembly. So as we look at these two does here, and as we remember them on the move, the one for just showing us a little bit more femininity, with a little more dairy strength, as well as having the advantage in that rump assembly, having more uniform width all the way down, as well as just more three-dimensional angularity, will be our senior kid. She will be our junior champion. Can we have our second place?
In the Oberhausley show, champion going to Megan Oakson from Silver Lake, Kansas, with Durago Wit Orpheum.
Okay, we brought in our second place senior kid to compete for reserve. Again, it will be between her and our intermediate kid as we select our reserve here. For the advantages in Derry's strength, just to go when you get your hands on it, she's a flatter boned individual. She's more feminine. She's more open in that ribbing today. Also more correct in the rear legs. Stays stronger in that top line. Although she's going to grant a little bit of substance and body, she does have the daringness and general appearance. Our second place senior kid is reserve.
Reserve going to Kevin Good of Clarkson, Nebraska, with Brenzinki Farm, Eureka Springs. In the North Alpine Show, in that ring from the senior kid class, coming out on top was Ed Jalowski from Atlanta, Illinois. Second place also going to Ed, and third place. Fourth place going to Van Wyck Acres from Haywarden, Iowa. In the ring now is a senior yearling class. They all have birthdays from September 1st of 2024 through May 31st of 2025.
In the emerald ring, this is the dry yearling alpine class. Really an impressive group of animals, and when you're an alpine breeder, it's really fun to see this amount of quality all the way from the top to the bottom, and in a big class with quite a few numbers. Just a beautiful group of animals to represent the alpine breed. But I am going to place 1 over 2 for the advantage that this doe exhibits in general appearance. She's just so much stronger throughout. Stronger in those feet and legs, greater extension to that chest, but she's more open in through that escutcheon, walks with a tremendous amount of width between the hocks, width down that top line, and also just that beautiful head, that stout head that she has. And then when you take a look at that dairy strength, that sharpness, she has a tremendous amount of angulation of that rib to the flank, a very loose, pliable skin. That is the reason I'm placing 1 over 2. 2 over 3 for her advantage in general appearance. She's walking more soundly on those feet and legs, more up on those pasterns than the third place doe. She's also walking with those feet more so underneath the withers than the third place doe, and straighter in that forefoot than the doe standing behind her. 3 over 4 for her advantage in general appearance. This is a doe that's just more level across that top line, uphill from the hips to the withers, level from hips to pins, wide from thurl to thurl, and level from thurl to thurl over the doe standing behind her. She also walks with more openness in through that escutcheon, more correctly set to those hocks than the fourth place doe. 4 over 5 for her advantage in general appearance. She's walking with more soundness in through those rear pasterns. She's more up on that toe than the doe standing behind her. She's also more smoothly blended in that front end assembly, being, let me take that back. She's got greater extension to that brisket than the doe standing behind her. She's also excelling in dairy strength, having more sharpness to the withers, greater angulation, and freer of excess flesh than the doe standing in fifth. 5 over 6 for her advantage in general appearance. She's just more level across that top line, more level from hips to pins as she moves around the arena with greater strength and through that chine, and excels in that body capacity, having greater depth of heart girth, depth of barrel, and width throughout the doe standing behind her. As we move down the ring, still a tremendous amount of quality that we have. Just some of these does are not quite as open and through the escutcheon, or quite as strong on the feet and legs as the does standing ahead of them, but still, this is just a tremendous group. I can't keep saying it over and over that the quality within this class is just astounding and very impressive. Thank you.
The Alpine Show Senior Yearling coming out on top is Harmony Alpines from Nunn, Colorado. Second, going to Ed Jalowski from Atlanta, Illinois. Third, Harmony Alpines. Fourth, going to Will Bachmeyer from Granville, North Dakota. Fifth place, Van Wyck Acres from Haywarden, Iowa. Sixth place going to Dan Cross from Jasper, Minnesota, and seventh place. Eighth going to Van Wyck Acres from Haywarden, Iowa. Ninth place going to Ed Jalowski from Atlanta, Illinois. 10th, Ambrose Hill from Raymore, Missouri. 11th, Michelle Clark from Emerson, Nebraska. 12th, Kaylee Orman from Emerson, and 13th place as well. We have our first places from all classes for Grand Champion and Reserve.
This is the champion lineup for the Emerald Ring for the Junior Alpines. Just a tremendous amount of quality that was represented in this breed today. Starting down here with the junior kid, a doe so strong in those feet and legs, beautiful angulation and through that stifle joint. Just a beautiful profile uphill from the hips to the withers on this doe. Lovely front end assembly. We go to our intermediate kid, just a tremendous amount of depth on this doe, level across that top line, angulation and through that stifle joint. So strong on those feet and legs. Get to the senior kid. Another one, tremendous amount of dairy strength on this doe. She's so sharp through those withers. Just amazing angulation to that rib. Just a beautiful, loose, pliable skin, flatness of bone while still keeping that general appearance strong on the feet and legs, levelness to the top line. And then we get hipped here to the head of the line, and just a powerhouse of a doe when it comes to that general appearance. She's level across that top line. She's level from hips to pins. She's level from thurl to thurl. She's wide from thurl to thurl, all while being open in through that escutcheon, width between the hocks, just everything that you're wanting to see from a junior doe when you're hoping that you're going to have that udder that complements the rest of this doe. The doe at the head of the line's my junior champion. Bringing the second place from that class, and that was such a high quality class that we have in here. Another doe that is just strong on the general appearance. She's so open and through that escutcheon, so correctly set to those hocks when viewed from the rear. Tremendous amount of width throughout, and then that dairy strength, that sharpness, that angulation that we have. It's going to be very easy for me to stick into that class and use my second place for my reserve.
Congratulations to Harmony Alpines from Nunn, Colorado with your champion Alpine show. With Harmony HMT Annalise Keychain. Second place going to Ed Jalowski from Atlanta, Illinois with Kickapoo Valley Heavenly Truth. Moving on to our next breeds, we will have Sonnens in the North Ring and Recorded Grade in the South Ring. In the South Ring, we're going to begin with our recorded grade show, starting out with the junior kid. They have birthdays from April through August of 2026. In our north ring, we're going to have our junior kid class entering in. They all have birthdays, April through August of 2026 for the Sonnen Show. Entering into the ring is a junior kid class.
Okay, in the diamond ring, we're starting our junior Sonnen show. Starting to my left, pretty easy top here. One excels two for the overall general appearance. The smoothest of blending over the top, this, holding those shoulder blades tighter against the body wall, leading with less prominence at the point of shoulder, wider in the chest than our second place doe. 2 over 3, closer placing here, but we do have just more width over the loin, more width over the rump. Just a doe that's a bit more upstanding as well than our doe standing in 3 that is commended for her openness of rib.
For the Sonnen Show, coming out on top in the junior kid class goes to Anna Kreitz from Rantoul, Illinois. Second place going to Nikki Butzman from Harold, South Dakota, also taking third place. In the ring now is the intermediate kid class with March 2026 birthdays.
In the recorded grade junior doe show in the Emerald Ring, this is the junior kid class that is in the ring. And I am going to place one over two for the advantage in general appearance. This doe is just stronger on the feet and legs, more upright on those pasterns as she moves around the arena. She's more correct in that front foot, straighter in the forefoot as she walks towards you. She's also exhibiting greater angulation in through that stifle joint over the doe standing in second. She's also got an advantage in that dairy strength, being just sharper, more angulation, cleaner in through the flank, more in curving into the thigh than the doe standing down in second. 2/3 for her advantage in general appearance. This doe just has a slight advantage in the feet and legs. She's more level across that foot with the toe over the doe standing behind her. She's also more open in through that escutcheon, walks with greater width between those hocks than the doe standing down in third. 3/4. The second, third, and fourth, all very similar does, but she has an advantage in general appearance. She's just stronger in that front end assembly. She has greater extension to that brisket, but then also is keeping that point of elbow tighter against the body cavity, being more fuller there at that point of elbow than the doe standing behind her. She's also excelling in dairy strength. She's just sharper throughout than the doe standing down in fourth. 4/5 in turn for her advantage in general appearance. She's just walking more soundly on those feet and legs, greater strength within those pasterns than the doe standing behind her today. She's also exhibiting greater dairy strength, being sharper through the withers, greater angulation to the ribbing than the doe standing down in fifth. I'm glad y'all can keep up with it. 5/6 and down on through the rest of the class. This doe is just more smoothly blended throughout than the other does. She's just walking also with more openness in through the escutcheon, more correctly set to those hocks when she is walking away from you over the does behind her. She's also more level from hips to pins and just more sound in that front end assembly than the does as we move down the line. As we move down here, these does that are standing down here, the 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th, just not that strength, the feet and legs of the does that are standing ahead of them today, and still a tremendous amount of dairy strength and sharpness and angulation.
And the recorded grade show junior kid coming out on top goes to Will Bachmeyer from Granville, North Dakota. Second going to Clearly Berlin from Fort Collins, Colorado, also taking third and fourth place. Fifth place goes to Brady Westerfield from Greenview, Illinois. Sixth place goes to Mackenzie Hill from Plattsburgh, Missouri. Seventh, also going to Mackenzie. Eighth place going to Nikki Butzman from Harold, South Dakota. And ninth going to Ayana Wing from Anamis, New Mexico. In the North show, the Sonnens for intermediate class coming out on top goes to Miss Hancock from Deming, New Mexico. Second goes to Anna Kreitz from Rantoul, Illinois. Third, Nikki Butzman from Harold, South Dakota, also taking fourth place. In the North show ring for Sonnens, in the ring now is a senior kid class with birthdays from January through February 2026. And in the South show ring, the recorded grade intermediate kid class March 2026 birthdays is in the ring.
son and senior kids coming into line here. Close placing between our top two animals. Last minute switch here. I do slightly prefer the way our second place goat walks with a slightly more width between the hocks as she moves out, but we have so much more body in our first place goat. When you look at the fullness at the point of elbow, the depth of heart girth, she definitely has that advantage. And then she's wider in the chest floor, showing us more extension of brisket and side profile and the wider rump as well. She will grant a slight dairiness and sharpness up at the withers of 2. 2 then going over 3 in her turn for dairy strength. She's sharper up into the withers. She's cleaner in that neck, cleaner in the thigh at this stage of the game as well. Also more correct with the rear leg set, walking with more distance between the hock and more correct angulation from stifle into hock. 3 then going over 4 today for her advantage in the front end assembly. Just a goat that's much more correct as she moves out, tighter at the top of the shoulders, leads with less prominence at the point of shoulder over our doe standing in 4. Our fourth place doe, lots of body capacity, lots of substance of bone, just a lot of quality ahead of her. Thank you.
First place in the senior kid class for the Sonnen Show goes to Ava Kreitz from Rantoul, Illinois. Second place going to Miss Hancock from Deming, New Mexico. Third going to Justin Corver from Alton, Iowa. And fourth going to Ava Kreitz from Rantoul, Illinois. Into the ring next is our senior yearling class. Birthdays from September 1st of 2024 through May 31st, 2025.
And the emerald ring, this is the placings here for the intermediate kid recorded grade class. I am going to place 1 over 2, a very close placing between these two, but it is going to be for that slight advantage in general appearance, with particularly within the rear feet and legs. The first place animal, as she walks away from you, she walks straighter in through the hock than the doe standing behind her. She's also exhibiting greater angulation in through that stifle joint. But then also, as she continues to move around the arena, she's exhibiting greater strength in through that top line, greater strength in through that chine. She's more uphill from the hips to the withers, and more level from hips to pens over the doe standing in second place. She is going to grant that body capacity, that depth of heart, that depth of barrel, and that width throughout to the second place doe. 2 over 3 in turn for her advantage in general appearance. She's just more smoothly blended from that neck into that front end assembly, keeping that point of elbow extremely tight against that body cavity over the doe standing behind her. She also walks with more angulation and through that escutcheon, but she's also excelling in dairy strength. She has greater sharpness to those withers, more angulation and more flatness to the rib than the doe standing down in third. 3 over 4 for her advantage in general appearance. This doe is just more open in through the escutcheon and walks with greater width between the hocks than the doe standing behind her. She's also excelling in dairy strength, just having a longer bone pattern, sharpness and more angulation than the doe standing down in fourth. 4 over 5 for her advantage in general appearance. She's just walking with greater strength within those feet, particularly within those rear pasterns. She's maintaining that strength to the feet as she moves around the arena over the doe standing behind her. She's also excelling in dairy strength with greater sharpness, greater angulation to that rib, freer of excess flesh than the doe standing behind her. She is going to grant the body capacity, that depth of heart girth, the depth of barrel, and the width throughout to the doe standing in fifth. 5 over 6 as we move down the line. The 4 does standing towards the end, not the strength of the feet and legs of the does that were standing ahead of them. We still see quite a bit of openness of the escutcheon, but just not the strength of the pasterns, that straightness of the foreleg as I track towards you. But still a tremendous quality of these animals with a tremendous amount of dairy strength on them.
For recorded grade intermediate kid class, coming out on top is Jenna Good from Clarkson, Nebraska. Second, Megan Oakson from Silver Lake, Kansas. Third place, Mackenzie Hill from Plattsburgh, Missouri. Fourth place, going to Peyton Wolters from Raymore, Missouri. Fifth, going to Brady Westerfield from Greenview, Illinois. Sixth place, Van Wyck Acres from Haywarden, Iowa. Seventh place, going to Dan Cross, Jasper, Minnesota. Eighth place, Carson Glenn, Raymore, Missouri.
Okay, son and dry yearlings here in our diamond ring. Starting on my left, one pretty handily. Our second place goat caught my eye as she walked around the ring here initially, but when we really broke it down, our first place goat really came to the top in all 3 categories. She excels our second place goat in her overall general appearance, the structure overall to the rump, and more importantly, our bigger difference is the structure to that front end assembly as she moves out. Just keeps those shoulder blades tighter up against the body wall as she moves out. And then in body capacity, she's deeper and wider in that chest floor. She's fuller at the point of elbow than our second place doe. 2 over 3, closer placing here, but we do have maybe not quite the length, but we have the width over the loin, the width over that rump as well in 2 over 3. In dairy strength, we have more angularity of rib to flank in 2 over 3. 3 over 4, for that length of body, the length of rump, and the overall substance of bone and feet and legs will put her over 4 today. 4 over 5, general appearance, although we're going to grant obviously to some body capacity to 5. She's more structurally correct in that front end assembly as she moves out, and additionally in the area of the back and the area of the chine than our doe standing in 5. 5 then going over 6. Two similar type does here, but we have the advantage in openness of that ribbing here, but it's a more angular type body. We also have more body capacity at this stage of the game when you look at the depth of that heart girth to put her over our 6th place goat. 6 over 7 for body capacity as well. We have a deeper, wider in that chest floor, more increasing depth of rear barrel, a slightly more longer rear rib as we look at dairy strength, although she will grant to some general appearance point of our goat second to the end of the line. Second to the end of the line over the goat at the end of the line for overall general appearance here. Just much more sound in that front end assembly as she moves out. Less tendency to dip in the chine as well. She will grant to body capacity to our doe here at the end of the line, who's commended. I just like to assure up that front end assembly. Thank you.
Senior yearling class for Son and Show. Coming out on top goes Anna Kreitz from Round Tool, Illinois. Ava Kreitz taking 2nd place. 3rd going to Anna Kreitz. 4th place going to Kaylee Orman from Emerson, Nebraska. 5th place going to Dina Hendricks Andreessen from Leon, Iowa, also taking 6th place. 7th going to Kaylee Orman from Emerson, Nebraska. 8th going to Clis Foster from Terre Haute, Indiana. In the Son and Ring now, we have first places from all our classes for Grand and Reserve Champion.
Okay, in our diamond ring, this is our selection for our Sonnen Junior Champion. Not a huge Sonnen show, but really lots of quality. Look at this first place lineup here. Lots of what we expect to see in Sonnens when you look at balance of dairy and strength. We have a lot of substance in these goats overall, coupled with really strong dairiness at a young age when you look at the openness overall and angularity of these goats. Structurally sound does throughout as well. We started to my right here, a dairy elegant junior kid here to my far right here. She's really a flat-boned individual. Love the upstandingness, the long neck on her, strong overall general appearance and feet and legs as she moves about the ring. And then our intermediate kid up next in line here, very strong over that back and strong in that overall rear leg set as well. Really like the width as you get over the top and see that increasing angularity of body. And then we get to our senior kid here, another flat-boned individual, showing a lot of length of bone pattern throughout, strengths in the front end assembly, being forelegs appropriately placed on the withers, giving us a nice extension of brisket that we like to see. And then our last class here was our senior dry yearling class. Just a real powerhouse here, the width, the depth, but she hasn't really put on the excess fleshing as a dry yearling. You know, she has appropriate for a dry yearling, and a real powerhouse that's wide over the rump. As I look at these, I do think the overall competition for our junior champion is going to come between our senior dry yearling and then our youngest junior kid there to our far right. They just excel the overall strength of front end assembly on our intermediate kid, and strength over in the area of the head and muzzle of our intermediate kid, and the overall dariness and just being sharper in that front end assembly over our senior kid. Really two strong general appearance goats here. Both I'd like to maybe shore up a few things in their front end assembly, but two very nice feet and leg does. But one doe has a distinct advantage in dairy strength when you get your hands on her, and that's our junior kid. She is our junior champion. Can we have our second place?
This is a lineup for the recorded grade senior doe. Senior kid. I'm so sorry. I am placing 1 over 2 for the advantage in general appearance. This doe just walks with greater strength with those feet and legs. She's tighter in through that front toe. She's more straight in that front foot. She also has greater strength within the rear feet, more up on those pasterns, more angulation in through that stifle joint over the doe standing behind her. She's also stronger in that front end assembly, just keeping that point of elbow just a little bit tighter against the body cavity than the doe standing down in second. 2 over 3 for the advantage in general appearance. This doe is more open in through the escutcheon, walks with greater width between the hocks than the doe standing behind her. She's also stronger in that top line, being more level across that top line, greater strength in through that chine. She's also more smoothly blended from the shoulder blade into the withers over the third place doe. 3 over 4 for the advantage in general appearance. This is a doe that is just walking with greater openness in through that escutcheon than the doe standing behind her. She's got greater extension to that brisket in that front end assembly, and tighter in that point of elbow than the doe standing down in fourth. 4 over 5 in turn for her advantage. Another one in general appearance. She just walked with greater width between the hocks, more upright on those feet and legs than the doe standing behind her. She also excelled in that dairy strength, having more sharpness, more angulation than the doe standing behind her. She is going to grant that levelness, a top line, that uphill from the hips to the withers of the doe standing behind her. As we move down the lineup, still a great amount of strength within these does. The 2 does that are still at the head, still open in through that escutcheon than the 2 does behind them, but just it's the strength of the feet and legs is the reason as to why these did not place any higher than they did today amongst the others in the class.
Okay, now in our diamond ring, we're going to select our reserve son and junior champion here. We brought in our second place junior kid to compete for reserve here. A goat that walks with a lot of distance between the hocks, just not quite the condition or substance to compete with the does ahead of her. So now it's pretty easy for the overall power, width, strength, and general appearance of feet and legs to go to the head of the line. Our senior dry yearling is reserve.
For the Son and Show, your champion is Anna Kreitz from Rantoul, Illinois, with AC3 Farms MDX Bell Bottoms. Second place going to Anna as well, with Arabi Farm AFM Anastasia. Congratulations. Into the ring next, we will have our junior get a sire. In the South Ring, the senior kid class for the recorded grade, taking first is Jenna Hegg from Meridian, Kansas. Second, going to Brady Westerfeld from Greenview, Illinois. Third place going to Megan Oakston from Silver Lake, Kansas. Fourth, going to Van Wyck Acres, Hayward in Iowa. Fifth place going to Abby Bundy from Doniphan, Nebraska. Sixth place going to Cole Meter from Lincoln, Nebraska. And seventh place as well. Eighth place going to Tara Lowe from Clearwater, Nebraska. Ninth place going to Charles and Willa Hancock from Deming, New Mexico. In the ring, we currently have the senior class of yearlings.
Junior Getter Sire for the Sonnen breed here. These, of course, are three does with the same sire or father. So it's an important class, and when we get to milkers tomorrow to see what the bucks are doing to improve the herd, because we only have a few amount of bucks and a lot of does. So we really want to see what those bucks are doing to improve and moving along our genetics. Our first place Junior Getter Sire will be to my left over the group to my right. They have the overall width and strength of front end assemblies, a width of chest floor as well over our second place group. Our second place group to my right, though, they're at the disadvantages just being, they just, came into a new home. So they're slightly under condition, but some really good points when you look at the rear leg sets on them, the set to the thurls, the overall width of rumps. So hopefully we can get them managed up and they can move up the class. Thank you.
Junior Get a Sires for the Sonnen Show going to Anna Kreitz from Rantoul, Illinois. Second going to Nikki Butzman from Harold, South Dakota.
This is a class of recorded grade senior yearlings with, or junior yearlings within the emerald ring over here. And I'm placing one over to the first place doe, easily excelled the second place doe for general appearance. She's just so much stronger on those feet and legs, more correct in that front foot as she tracks towards you. Greatest angulation in through that stifle joint that you can see function as she moves around the arena. She's also correct in that front end assembly, just so smoothly blended with that beautiful extension, but also she's uphill from the hips to the withers, level from hips to pins over the doe standing behind her with a great amount of strength within that chine, and then that dairy strength, that sharpness, angulation of that rear rib to the flank, just the cleanness in through the flank over the doe standing down in second place. She is going to grant the body capacity, the depth, the heart girth, and the depth of barrel to the doe in second place. 2/3 for the advantage in general appearance. She's just walking with more openness in through the escutcheon, more width between the hocks than the doe standing behind her. But then also she's got greater angulation, just a flatter bone within that rib that you can feel over the third place doe. 3/4 for the advantage in general appearance. This is a doe that is more open in through the escutcheon. She walks with greater width between the hocks as she walks away from you than the doe standing behind her. She's also more uphill from the hips to the withers than the doe standing down in fourth. 4/5. The fifth place doe is one that I made a move, but it's going to be for the general appearance. It's the strength in feet and legs. As this doe walked around the arena, she exhibited greater strength within those pasterns than the doe standing behind her. She also, as she's moving, she exhibits greater strength within the chine, the top line, levelness in through the chine over the doe standing in fifth. The doe in fifth is giving us a pretty good sign that we're going to cut this short. Still a lot of great does up here in this lineup. Just some of them, we lose that strength in the feet and legs as we got further down here. They're not as strong within those pasterns as the does that are standing ahead of them, but still a lot of things to admire within each one of these does. We've got some that are still strong in that top line, some that are still correct in the feet and legs, some that are still open in the escutcheon, and then some that are just so tremendous in that dairy strength in the rest of this class.
Recorded grade senior yearling taking this class is Megan Oakson from Silver Lake, Kansas. Second going to Brady Westerfield from Greenview, Illinois. Third place going to Dan Cross from Jasper, Minnesota. Fourth place going to Dina Hendricks Andreessen from Leon, Iowa. Fifth place going to Dan Cross from Jasper, Minnesota. Sixth place going to Megan Oakson from Silver Lake, Kansas. Seventh going to Carrie Branson from Waco, Nebraska. Eighth place going to Michelle Clark from Emerson, Nebraska. Ninth going to Nikki Butzman from Harold, South Dakota. And 10th place, 11th going to Carrie Branson from Waco, Nebraska. In the ring, we have our first places from each of our classes for reserve and grand champion.
This is the lineup for the champion recorded grade junior. Just impressive amount of high quality does that have been out here today. As we look up and down this lineup, there's a lot of strength within general appearance. We see strong feet and legs, a lot of angulation in through the stifle joint. And with the junior does, that general appearance is the biggest category, with feet and legs carrying the weight of the points within it. But there is one that does excel the others in general appearance, that angulation into that stifle joint, that levelness of that top line, that beautiful front end assembly that she's exhibiting with that point of elbow just so tight against that body cavity, with that foot properly placing underneath the withers with the extension to that brisket, and then a tremendous amount of dairy strength. I'm using the yearling as my junior champion. bringing the second place from that class. Just a powerful doe with a lot of substance to her that comes in. She was still strong on those feet and legs. The competition does definitely get much tighter, but I am going to go with the one that does still carry that weight of the general appearance, especially within the feet and the legs. Beautiful angulation into that stifle joint, openness in the scutcheon, width between the hocks, and then just that beautiful top line uphill from the hips to the withers, extension to that chest. The kid at the end of the line is my reserve.
Congratulations to Megan Oakson from Silver Lake, Kansas, taking the champion recorded grade with Diago Sam, My Precious. Reserve going to Will Bachmeyer from Granville, North Dakota with Coda Valley Reserve Frida. Entering into the ring next will be our junior get a sire for the recorded grade show.
This is a lineup for the junior got a sire within the recorded grades, and as we are looking at these, we're wanting a buck that's going to produce quality does. In the case of buck, a lot of times it's 50% of your herd. It's 50% of the genetics that you have going in there. So you're wanting those bucks that produce consistency within them, and I am going with the one at the head of the line. Within these three does, you can see that openness within the escutcheon on all of them, that correctness to those rear legs, those beautiful front end assemblies that they have, and looking at them, we're looking at two different dams, so a lot of consistency within that, but it's going to be for the strength of general appearance that this trio is going to go above the one in second. 2 over 3, consistency still within feet and legs, not quite the strength of the rear legs, the openness and through the escutcheon, but also a tremendous amount of dairy strength, sharpness, openness, angulation within these does. Not quite as consistent as we would like to see that going within a sire. Then we get to the third place trio. Another sound when you see more of consistency, just not the strength of the feet and legs that we're wanting with the strength of the pasterns, but also they're exhibiting greater strength through that general appearance than the three does, greater levelness of the top line throughout, greater dairy strength, sharpness, and angulation over the fourth place trio. The fourth place trio, we still see a lot of dairy strength within them, freeness of excess flesh, but just not that consistency within the feet of the legs of the three Getasars ahead of them.
Congratulations to Dan Cross of Jasper, Minnesota, taking first place. Second, going to Van Wyck Acres of Haywarden, Iowa. Third place, Mackenzie Hill, Plattsburgh, Missouri. Fourth, Nikki Butzman from Harold, South Dakota. Our judges are now going to switch rings, and we're going to kick off the Diamond Recorded Grade Show and the Emerald Saanen Show.
This is a junior kid Sonnen class that is in the emerald ring. I am going to place 1 over 2 for the advantage in general appearance. This is a doe that's just more smoothly blended throughout over the second place doe. She's more smoothly blended from that neck into that front end assembly, that shoulder blade, up into the withers, and that point of elbow tighter against the body cavity than the doe standing behind her. She's also exhibiting greater strength within that top line, being stronger in the chine, uphill from the hips to the withers, and more level from hips to pins over the doe standing down and in second place. 2 over 3 for the advantage that she has in general appearance. This doe is just a little bit sounder in those feet and legs. When you get behind her, she's more open in the escutcheon and walks with more width between the hocks over the doe behind her. But then also while she is on the move, she's exhibiting greater levelness from hips to pins over the doe standing down in third. I do want to commend this third place doe. She has a tremendous amount of dairy strength, sharpness, angulation, and freeness of excess flesh. Thank you.
In the Sonnen Show Junior Kid class, coming out on top is Anna Kreitz from Rantoul, Illinois. Second and third place going to Nikki Butzman from Harold, South Dakota. Entering into the ring next is the Intermediate Kid class, birthdays of March of 2026. In the recorded grade show to our south ring, currently in the ring is the Junior Kid class, birthdays from April through August of 2026.
This is the intermediate kid Sonnen class within the junior does. An easy top pair that came up here, and there's some trade-offs between the two, but it's going to be for general appearance that I'm placing 1 over 2. She's just stronger in those feet and legs. Greater angulation in through that stifle joint, more open in through the escutcheon, walks with more greater width between the hocks, but she's also exhibiting a stronger top line being uphill from the hips to the withers, and greater strength within the chine over the doe that is standing behind her. She is going to grant that dairy strength, the sharpness to the doe that is standing down in second place. 2 over 3 for her advantage in general appearance. She's just more smoothly blended from the neck into that front end assembly and throughout over the doe standing behind her. She also has a tremendous amount of dairy strength with greater sharpness of the withers, more angulation and flatness of that bone over the doe that is standing down in third. 3 over 4, a very close placing between these two, but it's going to be for general appearance that third place doe. She's just got a little bit more openness in through that escutcheon, more correctly set to those hocks when you get behind her, just a more smoothly blended in through that front end assembly, keeping that point of elbow tighter against the body cavity than the fourth place doe. Do want to commend this fourth place doe. She's still strong on those feet and legs and still upright on those pasterns.
Okay, in the diamond ring, we're starting our recorded grade show here. These are junior kids. Of course, recorded grades are a mix of all of our purebreds, sometimes called experimentals. And it's fun to work with the different breeds, get some of the different characteristics and strengths. Some of the breeds traditionally have more strengths as compared to the other breeds. And so to blend them and make some very unique does. Started this class here. Going to start to my right with a doe that pretty handily took the class for her overall general appearance and dairy strength. You can see the openness and angle of rib here in a side profile, just very lovely. She excels our second place goat in the strength of the front end assembly as well as feet and legs. She's more correctly angulated in those rear legs as compared to our second place doe, as well as having the dairy strength advantage. 2 then over 3, closer placing here, but although we might grant a slight rear leg angulation of 2, our second place goat does walk with more distance between the hocks as she moves out, as well as being the longer bone pattern doe and being wider in the area of the loin and rump than our doe standing in 3 today. 3 over 4 opens, although she's going to grant some size, scale, and length, lots of openness of ribbing on our third place doe, and it is that openness of ribbing and the tightness at the top as she moves out that will put her over 4 today. 4 over 5, we have more body capacity, less tendency to be tubular, more angular type body at this stage of the game, as well as more angulation of leg than our doe standing in 5. 5 over 6, close placing here, although we're going to grant some angularity of body. We have some feet and legs advantages. Just a goat that stays more upright on her pasterns here than our doe starting the second line in 6. 6 and going over 7 for that angularity of body today. She's just a longer boned individual that levels out more ideally in the rump from hips to pins than 7. 7 over 8, body capacity, width of chest floor, width and depth throughout over our young Sonnen type here standing in 8 today. 8 then going over 9, just a doe that's stronger on her feet and legs as she moves out, more upstanding to the front end, more tendency to walk uphill than our Toggenburg type here at the end of the ring, who is commended for her openness of rib.
In the Sonnen show to the north in the intermediate kid class, taking that was Miss Hancock from Deming, New Mexico. Second going to Anna Kreitz, Rantoul, Illinois. Third and fourth place going to Nikki Butzman from Harold, South Dakota. In the ring now is the senior kid class. To our South Show ring, taking the taking the junior kid class was Brady Westerfeld from Greenview, Illinois. Second place going to Clearly Berlin from Fort Collins, Colorado. Third, Will Bachmeyer from Greenville, North Dakota. Fourth place going to Clearly Berlin. Fifth place going to Mackenzie Hill from Plattsburgh, Missouri. Sixth place going to Clearly Berlin. Seventh going to Mackenzie Hill. Eighth place going to Anaya Wing from Annapolis, New Mexico. Ninth place going to Nikki Butzman, Harold, South Dakota. In the ring next is an intermediate kid class.
In the Emerald Ring, this is the senior Sonnen class that is lined up. A lot of quality amongst these four does that are out here, some trade-offs between them, but I am going to place one over two for the advantage in general appearance. She just walks more correctly on those feet and legs, straighter in that foreleg as she tracks towards you. More angulation in the stifle joint, but then she walks with more levelness across that top line, more uphill from the hips to the withers, but then just stronger in that front end assembly with greater extension to the brisket and that point of elbow tighter against that potted cavity over the doe that is standing down in second place. 2 over 3, another close comparison, but the second place doe walks with greater width between the hocks. She's straighter in those hocks as she walks away from you over the doe standing behind her. She's also excelling in dairy strength. She has more sharpness, beautiful angulation, flatness of bone over the doe standing down in third. 3 over 4 for her advantage in general appearance. She's just stronger in those feet and legs, greater strength within the pasterns, particularly within the rear feet, tighter within the toes than the doe standing behind her. She's also excelling in dairy strength. She's got greater sharpness. She's got a greater angulation of that rib to the flank over the doe standing down here in fourth place. This fourth place doe is still a really nice doe, not quite the strength of feet and legs, but just a beautiful level top line and length of that rump.
The senior kid class in the Sonnen show is going to Ava Kreitz from Rantoul, Illinois. Second place, Miss Hancock from Deming, New Mexico. Third, going to Ava Kreitz from Rantoul. And third, going to Justin Corver from Alton, Iowa. In the ring next will be the senior yearling class. They have birthdays of September 1st of 2024 through May 31st of 2025.
Okay, intermediate kids for the recorded grades in the diamond ring. Starting to my right, pretty easy top here. Hanley comes up, very stylish individual, very well balanced in our three categories of the junior scorecard. She excels our second place doe in the strength of the front end assembly, just holds it together at the point of elbow and the top of the shoulders, more ideally than our second place doe today. Additionally, more upright on those pasterns in 1/2. 2 then going over 3. We did switch these last minute here. I love the rear leg set on our third place doe. Walks with so much width between the hocks, very open and angular. But when we look at the whole scorecard, I had to move this goat up for her overall substance, her overall strength, the overall length that she shows, the overall width of rump as well to put her over our third place doe. Third place doe, for that openness of ribbing, she's also more angular in rib and more angular in body than our doe standing in 4 today. 4 then going over 5 for her general appearance, the substance of bone and feet and legs, just a goat that's more upstanding, taller up into the withers than our doe standing in 5. 5 then going over 6, just a doe that's stronger in the area of the chine as she moves out. She's stronger in that front end assembly as well. And when you get your hands on her, she is more dairy, being more incurving and thigh and side profile than our 6th place goat, I believe, starting our 2nd place line. 6 going over 7, body capacity, width in that chest floor, more substance of bone throughout, wider in that rump, more smoothly blended, and more level in that rump from hips to pins over our doe standing in 7 today. 7 and then over 8, we just have some advantages in overall angularity, strength of the front end assembly, and just a doe that's stronger in those, straighter in those forelegs and side profile over our goat in 8 today. 8 then going over 9, strength of feet and legs. She's tighter in the toes, less tendency to roll on those legs. She's a longer bodied individual as well than our doe standing in 9, who is commended for the tightness of the shoulder blades up against the body wall.
In the recorded grade intermediate kid class, coming out on top is Megan Oakson from Silver Lake, Kansas. Second, going to Van Wyck Acres, Hayward in Iowa. Third place going to Peyton Walters from Raymore, Missouri. Fourth place going to Dan Cross, Jasper, Minnesota. Fifth place, Jenna Good from Clarkson, Nebraska. Sixth, Brady Westerfield from Greenview, Illinois. Seventh place going to Mackenzie Hill from Plattsburgh, Missouri. Eighth, Van Wyck Acres from Hayward in Iowa. And ninth, Carson Glenn from Raymore, Missouri. In the ring next will be the senior kid class, birthdays January through February of 2026.
This is a lineup for the senior or junior yearling out here within the Sonnens. Placing 1 over 2, this doe easily came to the front of the line, and it's going to be for that strength and general appearance. She's walking with the most strength in those feet and legs, most correct in those front feet as she tracks towards you, open in through the escutcheon, angulation in through that stifle joint, but then also that beautiful top line that we have that she's exhibiting levelness across the top line, uphill from the hips to the withers, level from hips to pins, wide from thurl to thurl, just a beautiful top line. And then the dairy strength, she just has a lot of dairy strength, sharpness, a beautiful rib that you can see angulating right towards that rear flank over the doe standing down in second place. 2 over 3, I made a last minute switch here, but it's going to be for general appearance. The second place doe, as she moves around the arena, she just exhibits greater strength in through those front feet and legs. She's more upright on those toes, walking with greater integrity in through those pasterns on the doe standing behind her. She also is just longer in through that rump and longer across that top line over the doe standing down in third. 3 over 4 for her advantage in general appearance. She's just more correctly set to those hocks when you view her from the rear. She's more open and through the escutcheon and walking with more width within that hind end over the doe standing down in fourth. She also excels in dairy strength. She has greater sharpness, greater angulation, a flatter bone that you can feel on the third over the fourth place. 4 over 5 for her advantage. In general appearance, she's just more smoothly blended in through that front end assembly, walks with greater strength within those front legs, more angulation in through that stifle joint. She's more correctly set to that rear hock when you look at it from the rear over the doe standing behind her today. She's also excelling in dairy strength with just more sharpness, more angulation than the doe standing down in fifth. As we look at these animals, this is still a really nice set of Sonnens that we have down here. They're just not quite as open in the escutcheon as the does that were standing ahead of them today, and not quite the levelness of the top line as we get down here towards the end of the line. Thank you. This is a lineup for the champion Sonnen Jr. in the Emerald Ring of 4 really nice does out here. There was a lot of quality represented by the Sonnens that were exhibited today. Starting off here, down here with the junior kid at the end of the line, a lot of strength in that general appearance, uphill from the hips to the withers, a lot of sharpness, angulation within that dairy strength on this doe. Go to the intermediate kid, very correct in that general appearance, beautiful angulation into that stifle joint. She's very open in through that escutcheon, correctly set to those hocks when viewed from the rear. And then you get up here to the senior kid. Another one, beautiful smoothness of blending from that neck into that front end assembly with that point of elbow tight against that body cavity, levelness of top line. And then you get up here to the yearling, just a tremendous amount of general appearance on her. Beautiful angulation to that stifle joint, strength within those feet and legs, openness within the escutcheon. Those feet just beautifully placing underneath those withers. That levelness of that top line that carries right on down through the rub. She is my Sonnen champion.
Okay, senior kids for recorded grade here, starting to my right. One's going over two today. Our first place goat has the most correct rear legs in this class, walking with the most distance between the hock. She also excels in those forelegs over our second place goat. A bit more, maybe she's showing a little more fleshing, but when you get your hands and you feel the angle of rib to flank, she has an advantage as well. Two then going over three. Switch these does here. Just a goat that's more correct in her feet and legs, especially the strength of those rear feet, more upright on those pasterns as well. We'll put her over our doe standing in three today. 3 over 4, angularity of rib, angularity of body, less tendency to be tubular and wider in the chest than our Nubian type here standing in 4. 4 over 5, strength of feet and legs, just a goat that's more upright on those pasterns as she moves out. She keeps that shoulder blades tighter as she moves out as well. She will grant to some body capacity of our doe standing in 5. It is that body capacity, spring of rib, width of chest, fullness at the point of elbow that will put her over our doe standing in 6 today. 6 over 7 for the length of bone pattern throughout, as well as the strength of the front end assembly, the tightness at the top of the shoulders will put her over our 7th place doe. 7 over 8, just a doe that tracks straighter with those forelegs as she moves out, slightly more upright on those rear pasterns than our doe standing in 8 today. 8 over 9, close placing here. We do have the advantage in that rump assembly of the uniform with the rump. We do have a longer bone pattern and more dairy strength when you get your hands on her. This goat here at the end of the line, pretty well balanced goat in all areas of the scorecard, just a lot of quality ahead. Thank you.
For the Sonnen Show, your grand champion is Anna Kreitz from Rantoul, Illinois, with AC3 Farms CZR Tiki. Reserve going to Miss Hancock from Deming, New Mexico, with Will Lee M. Sundown. In the recorded grade show to our south, the senior kid class coming out on top went to Jana Hegg from Meridian, Kansas. Second, Van Wyck Acres from Hayward in Iowa. Third place, Brady Westerfield from Greenview, Illinois. Fourth place, Tara Lowe from Clearwater, Nebraska. Fifth, going to Abby Bundy from Donovan, Nebraska. Sixth place, going to Cole Meter from Lincoln, Nebraska. Seventh, Megan Okeson from Silver Lake, Kansas. Eighth place, going to Charles and Willa Hancock from Deming, New Mexico. And ninth place, going to Cole Meter from Lincoln, Nebraska. In the room now, we have our senior yearling class.
Okay, dry yearlings for the recorded grade junior show here. Starting on my right, a doe that pretty handily came to the top of this class for the overall substance of bone, the overall strength and power, the dariness when you get your hands on her, and also one of the most correct does in her overall general appearance, feet and legs. She excels our second place goat, just blending more smoothly from the neck into the withers. She has more substance of bone and feet and legs and more angular tight body at this point of the game in 1/2. Two then going over 3 today. Trade-offs here, but we're going to go with the doe that definitely has the advantage in dairy strength. She's got the longer, leaner neck. She's sharper. And when you get your hands on her, she is more open in those ribs. As we look at the front end assemblies, a couple things I'd like to change on both, but our second place doe does have the advantage with those forelegs coming more appropriately underneath the withers, giving her more extension of brisket than 3. 3/4, just a doe that walks more uphill naturally. She's stronger in the area. The chine naturally levels out more ideally in the rump from hips to pins than our doe standing in 4 today. 4/5, dairy strength. When you get your hands on, she's just much more open in that ribbing, and as she walks out, remains more integrity in that front end assembly as she moves out over our powerhouse in 5. 5/6 for that body capacity, the width and depth throughout. Also levels out more ideally in that rump from hips to pins as our 6th place goat, and she might have a better personality too. Our 6th place going over 7 today, just wider, deeper in that chest floor. We have more extension of brisket here, slightly stronger in the area of the back as well than our doe standing in 7 today. 7 then going over 8. We do have the dairy strength advantages. We have the longer, leaner neck, a doe that's sharper and more correctly angulated in that rib to the flank than our doe standing in 8 today. 8 then going over 9. Overall general appearance, substance of bone, correctness of those rear legs in particular, walking with more distance between the hocks will put her over our doe standing in a 9, I believe. Our Oberhausley La Mancha type over our spotted La Mancha type. Closer placing here, but we do have a much wider chest floor here. We have more body capacity, more growth and length throughout to put her over our spotted. Our spotted type over our Alpine Toggenburg looking type here. Another close placing, but we do have a more correct in the area of the feet and legs. Just also a goat that stays tighter at the point of elbow, although she will gain a little bit of length to our go here at the end of the line, and for that she's commended.
Senior yearling class for the recorded grade show in our South Ring. Coming out on top was Dina Hendricks Andreessen from Leon, Iowa. 2nd place going to Megan Oakson from Silver Lake, Kansas. 3rd, Dan Cross from Jasper, Minnesota. 4th place, Megan Oakson. 5th place, Brady Westfield from Greenview, Illinois. 6th place, Dan Cross. 7th place, Michelle Clark from Emerson, Nebraska. Nikki Butzman from Harold, South Dakota in 7th. 8th is Michelle Clark from Emerson, Nebraska. 9th place, Carrie Branson from Waco, Nebraska, also taking 10th place. 11th going to Nikki Butzman from Harold, South Dakota. In the ring now, we have our first places from each class for champion and reserve. And in our north ring, we've kicked off the Emerald Nubian show with a junior kid class in the ring right now.
Okay, in the diamond ring, this is our selection for our recorded grade junior champion. Good numbers in our recorded grades out here at the Nebraska State Fair. And yeah. Yeah. Yeah, lots of numbers, but lots of quality. Look at this first place lineup. Just really four outstanding individuals. Really beautiful in here in their side profile, their structural correctness, and overall general appearance. Really good dairiness on all of them, too, when you get your hands on them. We started to my left with a Toggenburg type here. Very fancy doe, very correct in all areas of general appearance. Walks with a lot of grace, and she couples that with a nice open ribbed. And then another stylish alpine doe came out of our intermediate kid class here. Really lovely over the top, really smoothly blended doe overall. Just love the head on her, very well balanced, and really cute ears. And then we get to our La Mancha type, La Mancha baby sonnet type, senior kid, powerhouse. Lots of body capacity, spring of rib, walking with a lot of width between the legs and width in that chest floor as well. And then our dry yearling at the head of the line here, just really well balanced in all areas of the scorecard. Definitely some trade-offs. But my selection today is the doe that is the most balanced in the scorecard. When you look at get over top and you see the three-dimensional angularity that she shows, the width of that rump, some of the strongest feet and legs in this class, and she's carrying the dairiness too. And that's our dry yearling at the head of the line. She excels the doe right behind her in overall dairiness, just much more flat-boned and open, longer-necked individual. She excels our intermediate kid in strength of overall feet and legs, just walking with more distance between the hocks as she moves out. And then I think her closest competition was this junior kid here, but she's a bit tighter at the point of elbow than her, and a bit more body capacity appropriate for her age. So our dry yearling is our junior champion. Can we have our second play? Oh, here she comes. We brought in our second place Oberhausley type here to compete for reserve. A very dairy individual when you get your hands on her. Not quite, maybe the front end assembly or strength of power appropriate for her age compared to some of the does behind her now. So for the overall balance, that beautiful width of that rump, the elevation to those thurls make it a very uniform, wide rump coupled with the openness of ribbing. Junior kid is reserve.
Your champion recorded grade from the Diamond Show goes to Dina Hendricks Andreessen from Leon, Iowa with Meadow Hill Cause Bluey. Reserve champion going to Megan Oakson from Silver Lake, Kansas with Dorego Ward Blainer. Congratulations. to the South Ring. We're going to kick off the Sable Show for the Diamond Show. In the ring first will be the junior kid class, April through August 2026 birthdays.